It was a litany of forensic scientists on day 7 of testimony, and here we are, day 8 of testimony. And it is possible we get to some of the more juicy stuff as we're expected to hear from the dinner guest of Brian and Anna Walsh on the evening of December 31st, 2022. It was in the early morning hours the very next day on January 1st of 2023 when investigators believe that Anna Walsh was murdered, dismembered, and discarded.
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-Winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What's up, STS Nation? Welcome to Surviving the Survivor. This is the show, the global phenomenon that brings you the very best guests in all of true crime. Monday through Thursday, we do a panel show in the evening, 7 p.m. Eastern time, and Fridays at 1 p.m. Eastern. It is Fridays with Carm, a little bit lighter true crime fare. But we've been covering the Brian Walsh case from day 1 of testimony. We're now into the second week, day 8. Yesterday, we saw one forensic scientist. Who knew they had so many? One after the other, talking about different aspects of different pieces of some of the instrumentation and areas in the house where Anna Walsh was believed to be essentially dismembered, which is the basement. And essentially what the defense argument was all day yesterday was the DNA and the human material was only found in the basement, which they believe underscores their theory that Anna Walsh accidentally died or sudden death in her bed. And after 1, 2, and then a third nudge, she fell out of that bed. Brian panicked, and then it appears he brought her down to the basement where he was taking care of business. And we saw surveillance video everywhere from Lowe's to Home Goods. We saw Home Goods yesterday where he was doing things to sort of clean up after the fact. So here we are once again. Prof. Joe Explains. It is the new YouTube channel, the same person, new channel. She is the host of Prof. Joe Explains, and she's been doing recaps on her channel, and we've been simulcasting here on STS and Prof. Joe Explains. Joe Patuto, Wednesday last week, Wednesday this week. It's been a day that has nagged at you and gnawed at you, but here you are nevertheless, and you might be here for Mr. Mootlu, who is the final person to see Anna Walsh alive. But first, we're expecting a voir dire of this witness on day 8 of testimony. We're looking at the clock here. We're always looking at the clock in life. It ticks slowly some days and faster on other days. But Joe Patuto, what are you expecting this morning at 9 o'clock, and why are we getting this voir dire 8 days into testimony?
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Jem Mutlu's testimony that is generating a question as to whether it's admissible and what part of it is admissible. But that's what the voir dire will be. It's going to be Jem Mutlu on the stand testifying as though he were in front of the jury so that the judge can get a better read whether the entirety of his testimony or what portions will be admissible. And so that's what they're doing. It's a preview of the testimony that the Commonwealth wants to be able to have him do on the stand. And there's a question about whether all or part of it will be before the jury.
And my instinct, my gut instinct is that the Commonwealth wants to hear as much as possible from this guy, but the defense is going to try to suppress some of it for whatever reason. We don't know 100% yet.
Yeah, well, that seems to have to be true because Mutlu is a witness of the Commonwealth. So it would need to be the defense that is saying there's something in the testimony that shouldn't come in.
And people were asking, saying, "Hey, that's a interesting name," and apparently it is of Turkish descent for anyone who is interested, and apparently means happy in Turkish, the last name Mutlu. There's a question already from Nadia Nads. I like it. Do you think Brian will produce, Joe, an expert witness that says it's normal to find someone dead and then dismember, dispose their body? I don't know if that is pure sarcasm or if it's a serious question. Sometimes
I I would be surprised to find that there's an expert in this world who would say it's normal to find someone dead and then dismember or dispose of the body. If so, I would be very, very interested in hearing this guy.
Yeah. Look at this comment here. Looks like it must be below 80 in Miami. Joel is bundled up. I got to tell you, I barely made it through the day yesterday with my seasonal affect disorder. It was rain, and it was probably 74, 75, and it was pretty unbearable. Today, we're back into the 80s, but I guess, as a preventive measure for my scarring yesterday, I decided to wear. Plus, it gets a little chilly in this office, but Joe, I did speak to my sister in West Orange yesterday. Not only is it cold in New Jersey, but my brother-in-law, who is a cardiologist by profession, he keeps the house at about 62 degrees. He likes it absolutely freezing, and my sister walks around in a winter coat. Was it actually that cold yesterday, Joe?
I have no idea because I never got outside.
South Africa's in the house here. Now, what about all these forensic scientists? Does it seem like we are done with them now? Are we going to have more? They've been coming in packs. Oh, look, here we go. Hang on one sec. We've got Steve Cohen told me this, and here it is. It has come to fruition. Margaret McLean is here to join us.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Margaret, how are you? Great to have you here. For those who do not know, Margaret is you do criminal defense?
Well, no, I don't do criminal defense. I'm a former prosecutor.
Yeah.
And then I did civil defense. So I was in the courtroom all the time, believe it or not, defending corporations, insurance companies, stuff like that. Then I taught law at BC for years from 2005 to about 3 years ago. And then I wrote 3 books and, legal thrillers and all that stuff. Wow. So now I'm doing this.
Give us a book. What's your favorite book that you have written?
Well, a lot of people that like nonfiction, like Whitey on Trial, which is about the mobster Whitey Bulger trial. Yeah. And then if you like fiction, I have Under Oath, which is about Charlestown and the Code of Silence. So it's wow. Charlestown is part of Boston. So it's a very Boston-based book. And then the other one is Under Fire, and that's another legal thriller, lots of, courtroom, and then all sorts of crazy things happen outside the courtroom. So,
is Charlestown like as in the town, the Ben Affleck,
yes.
same place, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I used to live there.
Wow. And are you from Boston originally?
Way back in the day. No, I'm from upstate New York, Rome, New York.
Oh yeah, I now it's all coming back. Well, welcome. Yeah. By the way, we don't say best guests in true crime because we have the worst guests in true crime. Find me a panel that you've got a BC law professor, University of Nebraska professor emerita, and Joe is taught at every law school under the sun. So you've got 2. You don't have law tubers here like. I'm not going to say it. I was just going to say something that would get me in trouble. We don't have law tubers here. We've got law professors here. So there's a difference, and you're going to see the difference today. But Margaret, to you, Joe and I were just talking about this guy, Jim Mutlu. He's the last guy to be with Anna alive on New Year's Eve. And, of course, she was apparently taken from us on New Year's Day. There's a voir dire. I hope we're not staring at a clock, by the way, till 10 o'clock. I hope they bring us into this voir dire. But because I'll tell you right now, I'm going to run out of things to say in about 30 seconds. However, this Jim Mutlu guy, why, in your opinion, are we getting this voir dire on day 8? Why wasn't this done ahead of the trial, I guess?
Well, I've been thinking about that. He's a lay witness, And he was the last one to see Anna alive besides Brian and possibly the kids. So he was there with them all New Year's Eve. And I have a suspicion that the Commonwealth wants to ask Jem questions about Anna's health that night. And they may need a voir dire because he can't testify as an expert. He's not a doctor. So therefore, the voir dire would have to be outside the presence of the jury. So, I don't think it will be very long, but I imagine he's an important witness, and he was very close to Anna. I remember early on in interviews, he would break down crying because Anna worked for him for a while in Boston selling real estate. So he's a realtor in the Boston area. And then he also got her the job in DC. So very, very close. And Jem was the only guest that night. So, I'm very interested to see how he's going to testify.
Yeah. After, literally just a who's who of forensic scientists in the Mass State Crime Lab, we're going to finally get into a little bit, I guess, more juicy / meaty stuff here. Joe Patuto, there's a question here from Stuart. I don't know what that is. Stuart something. What can the state do to prepare for Brian Walsh's cross-examination? That's assuming he takes a stand. It feels like no one knows what tale he will tell on the stand, making it somewhat difficult for the state to prepare. I would assume he's kind of got to stick to the defense that the defense has offered, correct? Joe Patuto?
Uh-oh.
Is Joe frozen?
Her mic is turned off, but
yeah, they're not going to have to stick to it. They can impeach him based on any other statement he's made, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to take him through, I would expect, every contradictory statement. And, if in fact he found her dead in the bed, what was he doing out shopping? They will. It'll be interesting to hear what they do, but they're prepared already. They know what the two statements are. They know what their evidence is, and they will go through it, I would assume, piece by piece by piece, and pursue every single time he's made a contradictory statement, as well as all the statements that happened before December 31 or January 1 in the early morning that would go to demonstrate that he had this on his mind before, and therefore it's premeditation, such as the divorce questions and of the web, and the comments about Anna Walsh dead that he sent on, that he queried on December 25, and the insurance money, even though the evidence shows that she wasn't put up by him to get the insurance. He certainly knew there was insurance, and he would be the beneficiary if she died, and on and on and on. So I think they're ready for him.
Great questions already. Shout out to STS Nation, my favorite peeps, from Sherry Douglas, longtime STS chatter here, to Margaret. Could the fact that they found Anna's blood inside the Tyvek suit be brought up as the fact that she was killed and bleeding before he went to cut her up? I guess what's off limits and what's on limits with any kind of cross of some of these forensic scientists, if that even happens at this point?
I think that is a great observation, and absolutely I would cross on that. So I would expect a long cross-examination. That's very interesting, and I think jurors will oftentimes hook on to something as small as that. Well, how did that blood get there? And Brian, if you say she died in her sleep, why didn't you call 911? Most people would call 911. And I imagine, I think it's the worst story he could have possibly made up, right? So maybe my thought is he killed her, and if he had strangled her, there would be, the marks on the neck. So obviously that's why he probably chose to cut her up, because the evidence would have pointed to him. So he had to think of something like that. But my God, if your spouse dies in bed and there's no evidence that you did anything, then call 911. Why didn't you call 911? I would hammer away on that.
Yeah, and Margaret, are we? I mean, this is our job, is to sit here and discuss the trial and discuss aspects of the trial. But are we overthinking it at this point? Do you think that the jurors are going to see the video of him just casually shopping around, listen to the voicemail that he left for the person at Tishman Spire? Are they going to just look at a picture of a hacksaw, wire cutters, etc., and convict this guy in 17 minutes? Are we overthinking all of this?
I think that yes, but I think that most of the jurors will think like we do. Oh my God, yeah, this guy's guilty, absolutely. But there may be one juror on that, of the 12 ultimately, who will say, well, wait a minute, if you look at what we have to go through, all the elements of first-degree murder, is there enough evidence to support premeditation here? He says he didn't kill her. Is there enough evidence to show that he killed her? We know he cut her up. We know he panicked, but where's the evidence of that? So there might be one or two, but I imagine the others would be able to convince that one of the two nitpicky people to come over to their side. But, the evidence is a little scant on that. How did she die? Right?
Yeah. Charlie Barrows, very excited. I mentioned the name right. I don't know what name, but I'll take the credit for whatever it is. Someone else is talking about a quote unquote hot lawyer here at STS Singles. I have no idea who. I don't know who we're talking about. It just better not be the lawyer you know. That's all I know. It better not.
I know. Are they on the other channel?
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. We already saw this question. Joe Patuto, in terms of pacing, again, Judge Diane Frenier said, look, we're ahead of schedule. But how ahead of schedule do you think we are? What is your prognostication for how much longer this goes? It doesn't seem like there's that much left. You went through some of it on the Commonwealth side, and on the defense side, is it possible it is just Brian Walshe, if that at all?
On the defense side, yeah, it's possible. I don't know. At one point, it seemed as though they were going to have to call a medical expert of some sort to talk about sudden, unexpected death. But I think that the defense may have gotten everything they needed on that when the medical examiner for the Commonwealth was testifying. So I don't think they need to bring in someone now. And I don't know who they would bring. I mean, they could bring in people to say, gee, it was a great relationship, but they've got evidence in the record as to that already. And some of it's coming from Will Fastow, who was Anna's person with whom she was having the affair. So I don't know that I could think, well, sitting here, I don't know of anybody that I would say that they need to bring in. Margaret may have a better sense of who else is out there that they might use.
I have to say, I agree with you. That cross-examination that Tipton did with the medical examiner, saying that sudden unexpected death can happen to anybody if they're healthy. And I also think that Jem Mutlu will testify that Anna was a very healthy person. She worked out. So, we've heard testimony along those lines. I think, I know that people can die unexpectedly, but she's 39 years old. She's young. Yeah. And I think the jurors are really going to think about, consider that as evidence, right?
That's fascinating. I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking personally, and I don't know how, I mean, is it possible? Yeah, but so is a meteor hitting you in the head. I mean, both are possible. They're not that likely. She seems to have been I mean, it'd be possible if there was a body and an autopsy, but that's another problem. So
it's a problem.
Yeah. And Margaret, I'm just curious to you, all these forensic scientists, and we had someone in the chat say that they've never seen so many forensic scientists who, by the way, all seem to graduate college in 2019. Which is interesting. Yeah. Imagine that. Wow. The only thing I can say to them is you've got 40 years of torturous work ahead of you, but enjoy it. The defense here, basically what they're saying is there was no real DNA or human matter found anywhere, according to them, but in the basement. And that is presumably where Brian did his work after he panicked. But Joe said this, and I'm saying this. This is the story that they told. We don't. Maybe he killed her in the basement. Maybe he sneak attacked her when she went down to look for something. We just don't know. Why is the defense focusing so much of what they are talking about on the basement to say, hey, there is no matter anywhere else in the house?
Reasonable doubt that, yeah, that's where he dismembered her, but he didn't kill her, right? There's no evidence that he killed her upstairs, because it wouldn't make sense. They'd be down in the basement at, after midnight.
Here we go. Brian Walshe entering. He's in a sweater, day 2, a cardigan looking
Member of the
thing.
Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, criminal indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Defendants present in court with counsel.
Late again.
With Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves once again for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mim.
Right.
We're expecting the voir dire, the witness here.
On the record, I'm handing you back these two exhibits. I'm going to have marked for identification the information I asked from the parties this morning. I've just handwritten on whose is who, so that can be marked as the next step. I think it might be N for identification. The first 2 pages that I asked for from both of the parties.
Oh, you want them both to be in?
They go together. It's my handwriting on the top as to whose is who. All right, do we need to discuss anything before we bring Mr. Mutlu in?
I have a few things that I would like to discuss. It could be after Mr. Mutlu, but there are a few things before the jury comes in that I would like to discuss about witnesses that I'm going to be doing directs of today.
All right, why don't we discuss that now?
Thank you. Could we see you at the side of the bench?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
I'm going to have marked for identification.
Sidebar right away. Joe, what was that quick exchange there? Joe, are you muted? You're muted, Joe. I don't know what's going on with that mute button. Still muted. I don't think I muted you. Hang on a sec, Joe. Let me just see if I can undo this, which I don't think I can. I cannot. Margaret, I'll have. Oh, there we go, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah. She said that she's got a couple of other witnesses that she wants to call. At least that's what I heard. And she wants to run something by the judge with regard to them. I don't know why she needs to. I don't know what it is that may have come up, but clearly she wants to do it before the jury comes in so that they don't have to have the jury leave again while she raises whatever she's going to raise with the judge.
Yeah.
Margaret, how long? I mean, they asked for an hour. How long do you think this voir dire goes for?
20 minutes. I can't imagine it going longer than that, unless I'm missing something here, because it's got to be about whether he's qualified to talk about her health. That's the only thing I can think of what it would be.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
Yeah. Someone asked, by the way, Margaret, can the Commonwealth just outright ask Brian Walshe? I guess if he takes a stand, are they allowed to ask where the body is? Is that allowed to come up?
I saw that. I mean, during cross-examination, there's wide latitude. So, I mean, if I'm the prosecutor, that's one of the first questions I'm going to ask. Maybe you start with that one. So where's the body, Brian? What do you think, Joe? My God.
It's the same thing. I don't see. Clearly, they're going to ask him, and it will be interesting to hear his answer.
I know. I can't wait for that cross-examination. I mean,
unless he said he had another, brain wave and he can't remember, which I think would be the death knell for him.
Another brain wave. I like that.
Yeah. and Margaret, maybe this is a smart defense because look at this comment, and this could easily be a juror right here. Dula Peep, my 38-year-old brother-in-law passed from a stroke. He was healthy. People do die all the time. People don't always die from meteors hitting them in the head, but people do die from a variety of things all the time. And maybe there is a juror or two who have a family member who died suddenly, and they're going to say, "How do I know she didn't die suddenly?"
And I'm sorry for your
Yeah.
38-year-old brother-in-law. That's a shock when somebody young dies suddenly. Now my mom died in her sleep, but she was 79, which is still young. And the sandwich syndrome with my family. Can I tell you the quick story? It's kind of funny. I mean, it's awful.
Please.
My grandfather wasn't feeling well, so my grandma said, "Hey, Paul, I'm going to make you a sandwich." So he comes out and she brings him the sandwich, and he's dead in his bed, died unexpectedly. So then fast forward, it's not funny, but my father, my mother wasn't feeling well. Her stomach didn't feel well. So he goes in, "Let me make you a sandwich." So he goes back and mayonnaise or mustard, and she's gone. So now with my brother, I'm like, it's just the two of us. I'm like, "Robbie, watch out. I'm going to make you a sandwich." So bad.
Oh my God.
I have a sandwich story.
I have
But I would like to respond to that comment about, and I agree, it's a tragedy when the family member dies young, and it's just terrible. But the other part of it is still true. When her brother died of a stroke, whoever found him didn't decide, well, I need to cut up his body because, my God, I might be blamed for it. And they knew it was a stroke, which means they had the body and they could make some examination and make a decision. None of that is true here. He still has to climb that mountain of why, if she died unexpectedly in bed, that his response was, "I'm going to be blamed. Let me dispose of the body." I mean, I think that's too high a hill to climb.
I agree.
100%. And those are great distinctions. From Teach 430 back to Margaret here. Great questions today. If the jury is not present, like as in right now, Margaret, and sidebars are part of the record, why have sidebars right now? Why can't they just discuss what they're discussing openly? The Commonwealth asked for the sidebar here, I believe.
They don't want the public to know.
That's right.
So I was in that courtroom, by the way, watching the trial. I don't live very far. And it's interesting because the day I was there's nobody there but the press and Brian's mother. I was actually surprised there weren't more people there supporting Anna, like her sister who lives in Canada. She wasn't there. The mother's in Serbia. She wasn't there. So I know that some of the witnesses were sequestered, and I imagine the friends of Anna will come on maybe towards the end of the Commonwealth's case. But it was kind of sad that the only people there were members of the press. So they don't want the press to hear. That's my guess. Good
They
question.
don't want us to hear either. I mean,
Well, us. Yeah.
It's
STS.
like
did you get a chance to? Well, you would have. How was the jury responding to the evidence as it was going in?
Very grim. I was there when they were they had pictures of the blood evidence. They had pictures of the snips and the hacksaw. They hadn't gotten that stuff into evidence yet, but what was some of the stuff in the trash bag they found in Peabody. And they were very grim, and they had their little computers where they can see the evidence right in the jury box. So they would nod like that, and then they would look at Brian, and it seems like a very serious jury. So I was trying to analyze, and that, I don't know, there's 4 alternates or maybe 5. I don't remember. I'm not sure who they'll ultimately pick, but a jury that seemed ready to convict.
Yeah, that's interesting because we had a very serious jury for Donna Adelson, and they did not waste any time at all. Northumberland, UK, listening while at work. Work should be, not over, but getting towards the end of the day there. Joe, the ever important outfit question. Joe, do you approve of Brian's outfit today? You did not.
I
You
will
did not
answer
approve of
this.
it yesterday.
No, I didn't. And I will answer this. I don't typically talk about what they're wearing, but when I'm sitting here and there's nothing to see, I gravitate towards what I guess I would call the trivial. I think he's better in black than that light gray or beige, whatever it was, but I continue to disapprove that he's not wearing a jacket. I don't like this business of coming in with a sweater on. And if I were on the jury, I don't think I would be pleased that here he is on trial for his wife's murder, with the mother of his children, the woman that he said he loves, and he can't put a jacket on and look like he's taking it seriously.
You sound like Carm. Carm gets worked up. If I get invited on Court TV or CNN, she gets enraged if I don't wear a jacket. I tell her I'm the cool young podcaster. She's like, "You're not cool. You're not young, and you better wear a jacket." And then you know what I do? I always wear a jacket at the end because I'm like, maybe there's
Because
something.
she's right.
She's
Yeah.
right. I agree. She's absolutely right. I love
How
her.
come Mark Zuckerberg and Bezos, they don't wear jackets? They don't wear jackets, Joe. He wears a black T-shirt.
Did
Zuckerberg.
I say that my comments only relate to Brian Walsh and you? You know, I'm willing to generalize.
What-
I do think, all kidding aside, I do think that clothes to some extent dictate behavior. And that when you're wearing a jacket and a tie, it's more formal. And I think that affects, you know, the interactions, the way you talk to people. And I think when you're talking about something like this trial, that it's important to convey that. And he's not. I don't know what he's trying to say. Hey, look at me, I'm young. And I don't know why he would want to convey that. I just don't like it at all. I'm sorry you got me down this road, because usually I just keep it to myself, but I got the question. And so you're now hearing it.
No, it's all good. I read this. It says, love all of your discussion and input. I read it as love all your dysfunction, but it says discussion.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. Margaret, this is something you just said. You live in the area or not too far. And we didn't know this because I'm in Miami and Joe's in Jersey and a lot of people are in Scotland or wherever they are. But apparently Cohasset is literally walking distance to the Atlantic Ocean. That's sort of interesting. We were talking about the possibility that Anna could, you know, her final resting place could be the water, but I mean, he would have had to have taken her out there, but we just didn't realize it was that close. Do you think that she was basically just discarded in these various dumpsters? Do you think that's what happened?
Yeah, I do, because I don't think he researched it, but you never know. So some of the stuff was found in Peabody. Luckily, they got to the dumpster in time, but the Abington dumpster, unfortunately, it was taken away and it was trucked down to Wareham where they incinerated it. So the investigators got there just a tad too late. And Wareham is a huge place where they incinerate all the trash. So they have, if any of you are familiar with the Cape Cod, they have the Cape Cod trash train that comes twice a day and takes all the garbage from Cape Cod. It's a really long train and it all goes across the railroad bridge. So they have to lower the bridge, Cape Cod, and to Wareham, which is on the other side of the bridge, and they burn it all. They incinerate it all. So that's where I think she ended up. Now, your other question was Cohasset. So I literally shop at all the same stores that Brian Walsh went to, like that Home Depot, the Home Goods. I was there Sunday night getting candles, you know, and he lives literally a mile and a half from my house. It's where the murder house is. I pass it every day almost. Yeah.
What's going on with that house right now?
Well, Santa, you know, that's what I call, you know, the guy that looked like, so that's the guy that testified. He looked like Santa. You know, he was renting it to them. So I can't imagine if he's renting it to anybody else. Who would want to live there?
He's got a lawsuit going against
the mother.
Yeah.
Saying not only the damage in the house, but more so that he's unable to rent it and he's getting a loss and that she's liable to him. So
I'm
You're
pretty sure.
exactly
I don't
right.
know if it's a federal law, but I think in New Jersey, where I used to live, you have to declare if
Yes.
someone was murdered in the home that you
Yeah.
are renting, and there's no way in hell I'm moving into a house where a woman was cut up. So
I
that
know.
You
guy's
also have to declare it if you're trying to sell the house. The realtor is obliged to tell any potential buyer
Yeah,
that, somebody was killed here.
I know. I think that house just needs to be raised and something else built there.
yeah.
I still wouldn't, I still wouldn't feel comfortable, but it is a nice, I mean, it's a nice area. It is on 3A, which is a pretty busy road. So, I mean, it's not someplace I'd really want to live, but
Mm.
the guy, I actually feel sorry for him because, what can you do with that house? That's kind of tough.
Yeah, very tough. Shout out to Abby Crossing, friend of the show, friend of mine, helps us out behind the scenes. And look at this, Joe. She's donating a new mute button to you. There's
Funny.
by the way, Donna Adelson is at her now forever home, or at least forever for now, which is Homestead, south of Miami. We did a show on it last night. Very interesting show. I love having these formerly incarcerated people on who've turned their lives around. Drina Bernhardt was supposed to be on. She's going through a rough patch. She was Donna's jailhouse daughter, but if you missed the show last night, and I told everybody, please, we want to keep the Dan Markel story alive and his name out there. So if you have specific ideas for that story, the Adelsons and Markel, email us. survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com. And we got a bunch of things that I still need to look at. Haven't had time since last night, but email us and I will take a look at that. Margaret, are you working on any other books right now? The reason I ask is I am writing a sort of a sequel to my book, but I'm finding it very hard to get motivated and get started. And mainly because I have to do it with my mother, my dear mother. I record conversations, and we end up, I don't know how to say this politely. Well, she ends up cursing at me, and it's a very exhausting process. But are you writing any books, follow-up books?
So I finished a book, and but so that's with my agent, and I'm actually developing a series right now. I want to do a series character, maybe even on I know it's been done before, but a podcaster, a YouTuber, and then she gets into all sorts of trouble and this and that. But I'd like to do maybe sell a series. I like to do book. So you know what I like to do, Joel, is book proposals, and then you have the deadline. So if you don't have a deadline to meet, so like the 2 book deals are great because they hold you, oh my God, I've got to get it done. And then you stress out and have to get it done. So deadlines are how I work. So that's what I'd like to do. I'll tell you, I am a fan of those Friday shows with your mom. I laugh out loud. I really do. It just reminds me of my dad. Just the back and forth is great.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
real.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but
I like it.
It's a thing. Here we go. Allie here. Can you talk about this is for you again, Margaret? Can you talk about how far Cohasset is from Peabody, Swampscott? They don't say Peabody; they say Peabody, Swampscott.
Peabody.
Yeah. As a fellow Mass native, this is hard to explain.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. It is hard to explain because you've got to take traffic into consideration. So to get there from Cohasset, you would have to go all the way to the highway. Sometimes it takes 25 minutes. You get on Route 3, which is the main route that you would take to Cape Cod from Boston. You go up and then you go to the split. So that's about 10 minutes extra. Then you have to go around on Route 128 and go to Peabody, which is on the north side, the northish side of Boston. So I'd say altogether, if you're lucky and there's no traffic, it would take maybe 45 minutes. But with traffic and 128 and Route 3 and all their backups, it could take an hour or so. So it's just a different part. It's North Shore versus South Shore. So Cohasset is on the South Shore, south of Boston, towards the Cape. Peabody is more towards, like north of Boston. And if you like to ski, you're closer to ski country.
Yeah.
So,
People are asking, when is Georgia Kappelman, of course, the prosecutor from all things Adelson? She is supposed to come on. Steve Cohen is in touch with the state attorney's office. She's really busy with a bunch of cases that are not Adelson related, but she will come on eventually. She's a woman of her word. So we'll get there. Just a quick programming note for today. Joe, I assume you're going to do a wrap at 5?
Yes.
Yeah, Prof. Joe Explains, the new YouTube channel. She will do a wrap at 5 p.m. tonight. I actually was asked. Julia Janae has a new court TV show, and I love her. She's great. So I told them 2 weeks ago that I would do it. So I'm not going to do a 7 o'clock. I'm going to do her show. And then the great Josh Ritter asked me to come on. And I think Joe was on Courtroom Confidential earlier in the week. So I really like that, by the way, when different content creators work together. Just so much drama between some content creators.
Yes.
And just endless drama. So it's nice when content creators can get along and work together. It looks like this sidebar is over. Margaret, let me put you on the spot. What is he writing down on that sheet of paper? I want a half a tuna.
Trying to read it. I've got to put my readers on.
Yeah. What is this dude writing? Like, what notes are you writing when you're? And by the way, anyone who sees anybody in a Home Goods who's a male, and Home Goods or Home Depot, they're probably guilty of murder.
Be careful.
Yeah, you got to be careful. But what do you think this guy's taking notes on?
I would guess he's taking notes on how he's going to deal with prison because he watched your show last night. And he has to get up at 5 a.m. to go to chow.
If I were he, I would be writing notes to myself. Don't smile. Don't smile. Don't smile. Look serious. I would be writing that over and over again.
He's writing, I cannot believe I wore latex gloves to Lowe's. I cannot believe I wore latex gloves into Lowe's. I cannot. Look at this. This is the best part of STS is it is predominantly women, and I actually love that. It's like 90% women. And a lot of them are sort of foster moms to me, in addition to Carm. And look at this comment. Leave Georgia alone. She's busy. I always get comments from everybody. By the way, I haven't worn my glasses because I need a new prescription, but someone said, please don't wear your glasses. You look like Mr. Potato Head, and they're too small for your face, etc., etc. Those are the ones that really bring me true joy, especially on late in the day on Friday when I'm trying to just relax. So here's this question back to you, Margaret. So Brian is driving for an hour in traffic with body parts in the car. What if he had been pulled over? That is always a question I am curious about.
Well, my guess would be he didn't put the body in Peabody up there. I think he put the body parts in Abington. Now, if we were driving to Abington from Cohasset, there are some back roads I would take. I'd go by the Rockland Home Depot. So to get to the Home Depot from his house or my house, it's just maybe 15 minutes. So you go maybe 10 minutes more and you're at the Abington dumpster. I'd say that's about right. And you wouldn't have traffic there. So I'm surprised he chose that dumpster. Did he know it was going to go to Wareham and be incinerated? I'm not sure. But you don't know what goes into his head. You're right. He could have been pulled over. Oh, there's the body parts. What are you doing with those?
Yeah.
He's crazy.
Margaret, when you're in court and you're looking at the jurors and you're looking at this guy, it's really hard to process what this guy is accused of because, he almost looked like if you didn't know and you weren't offended that he's wearing a cardigan, this guy could be a professor at one of the 5 billion universities if you didn't know who he was and who his personality is. But it's hard to process what he's accused of.
Right. It really is. And when I was doing my podcast, so before I got into YouTube,
and by the way, tell everyone, do you still have the podcast?
I do. It's a Crime with Margaret McLean. And I did a series on Brian Walshe and Anna. It was and it's 7 episodes, but I really delved into the psychology behind their relationship. I delved into his federal case, and I did speak to friends of Anna's, and I had coffee with her. She didn't want to go on the podcast, but we had a really nice coffee nearby. And she said, so their kids played together, and she knew Brian. She's like, geez, he and Anna came to my kid's birthday party. And she said, I had no idea. He seemed nice. He was a little quiet, but he came across it as normal. So they were really shocked about that. And she also said, so then I asked her, well, what's going on with like Anna, dealing with this federal case? And she goes, listen, Anna's personality was she was a fixer, and she probably thought she could fix Brian. That was just her personality. She was a fixer. And I'm like, all right, I get it. But then that's too bad she didn't leave him.
Yeah.
No.
Joe, the question is coming in. I know we're talking Brian Walshe, but people are asking about Wendy. We're talking Wendy Adelson. We had people who said she'd be indicted by Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving has come and gone. Are you getting nervous, Joe Patuto?
Not yet. I mean, Georgia is very busy. That's clear. And so I'm not worried about it. That office seems to work with their own schedule. They don't seem to get hurried by, people who are saying, you got enough evidence, why don't you go? Why don't you get going? So I don't think I'm worried about it. I had done an episode that we haven't launched yet or aired yet, or whatever the verb is for it, looking at the evidence, the admissible evidence against her, as compared to all the things we know about her and what happened, the weeks preceding and the day of Dan Markel's killing. And I remain convinced that there is enough evidence to get a conviction against her.
There you go. You're hearing it from the professor right there. There's a comment. I want to leave this comment up for a second, but from Rebecca. I am watching from Sydney, Australia. I don't get to watch you live much, so welcome, Rebecca. The time difference, and I work in a maximum security prison here, staying up late tonight. Let us know if that's a max security prison for men or women. And I don't know, Margaret and Joe, when I think of a max security prison in Australia, I feel like they're so much more civilized than here in America. It doesn't, like a prison in Australia doesn't scare me to the extent that a prison. Do you feel, Joe, do you feel that way? Do you feel less scared of maximum security prisons in Australia?
To tell you the truth, I have never thought about maximum security prisons anywhere related to me. So you'd have to give me a minute to decide whether I think they would be better in Australia. I will say generally, I think they would be terrible no matter where. And the fact that maybe one is a little better than another wouldn't be enough of a difference for me to say they're anywhere where you want to be. So I wouldn't do a crime in Australia either, Joel. I think you're safe to just be law-abiding.
So, Joe, unlike me, you don't worry just random thoughts about ending up in prison.
No, I never have. No, not once.
Yeah, I have a feeling that likely would not happen to you, which is a good thing. This question, Margaret, keeps coming up in different iterations. Didn't Brian have to wear an ankle bracelet? How could he be running all over town? What do you know about the ankle monitor program? I mean, this is a federal ankle monitor, but what do you know about these ankle monitors? Because a lot of people are surprised that they weren't able to track every one of his movements with that GPS, which is not really GPS.
Okay. I thought so too when I first did the podcast. However, his particular ankle bracelet did not have a GPS monitor attached to it. So that's what I've learned since. And he was allowed to leave the house. So he was allowed to leave the house to take care of the kids and bring them to daycare and to go up to his mother's house. So and
what is the purpose of an ankle monitor if there's no GPS in it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But that's what I've came to understand, that he didn't have one with the GPS monitor. Maybe, you know what? I'll have to research that one. I don't have an answer to that, but I just recently found that out. So, but it's a good question.
I think it is. Here's the follow-up, Margaret.
Yep.
So then what is the point of an ankle monitor? I love that.
I know. Oh my God. I know. There must be different types. You know what? I've got some research to do, and I'll have to research that and come back, because I assumed it had GPS for the longest time until I think just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I've been meaning to look too, and I just haven't had a chance since the trial started, because there's no time during the day to look. But I can think of no reason to have an ankle monitor if there's no GPS. He can still walk with it.
I know. I don't know. I mean, I learned this recently, and now I'm doubting myself. Did I dream it? I mean, do you ever think that? Did I dream that? But
Well, you couldn't have, because clearly there's no ankle monitor on it. They're not getting data from a GPS on an ankle monitor, or we would have seen it in evidence. So you're absolutely right. It's just the reason is escapes us.
Joe, this comment here ties into the ankle monitor, and I love the detail here from Ain't No Hollow Back Girl. It sounds like she's been thinking of this. Do you think Elon Musk should be commissioned to create an injectable GPS chip to be administered to the upper back out of reach? That alert from Ain't Hollow Back. You've been watching too much true crime.
I don't think that the Fourth Amendment would allow you to go there, sort of for every possible person who's been charged with a crime. So I don't know how much you have to do a lot more. So I don't know how useful it would be, and I don't know that you could get Elon Musk do it anyway. He seems to be looking at space, not at not at felons.
Great. I love the comment. Not reachable.
Not reachable. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Which should remind you, Joel, of Greenberg, where the coroner there says she's able to not only get there, but use a knife and impale herself there.
Yeah, I don't know how. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. I question that.
Well, no kidding.
But yeah. I'm looking at these other ones. It looks like
Mutlu in.
Thank you, Ron.
Here he comes.
Jim Mutlu.
Here we go. Here comes the
So
last
it's 8
person.
minutes to 10 before we even have the voir dire.
Yes, and it was supposed to start at 9. Jury's supposed to be in at 10 a.m., by the way.
Yeah. He looks pretty dapper, doesn't he?
Looks better than Brian.
Swear or affirm testimony you shall give in cause now and here to be the truth, if nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Baby, just take your voice from the seat. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Anna Walshe on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included. And and that I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay. What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from DC, which was taking a toll on her. And the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here. And that was a huge burden on her psyche. And that, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face to face, together. And a conversation, obviously, we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was, I want to make sure that we've got this right. The difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them, for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children frequently.
All right,
Yeah.
so that's more accurate. And I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
That's correct.
Not seeing the children. And was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person. And
Yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong. Yeah.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time. And she and I had a lengthy conversation at that time. She said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and yeah.
Okay. But more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend. And other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen
take
counter.
kitchen counter?
Yeah.
Did you ever,
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Anna seated on
On the same side, on the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left,
directly side by side?
directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And sir,
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
and sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that covers the subject matter of the voir dire.
The part of it is a discovery issue here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes.
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you.
Sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that you mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from your kids.
I believe so. Yes.
And I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We're very close friends.
Well, let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyways,
Yes.
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Anna Walsh on December 29th, 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. You have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what Council just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children.
So again, shortly after I discussed, explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. What I do not
I
remember,
assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today?
I'm sorry,
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the police?
I have not. No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was that I can remember right now.
Well, and you previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll dig into this in just one sec. I just want to see if the judge has anything else to say.
For sidebar, I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that,
Hold on. Now you may speak.
thank you, I apologize.
All right.
I don't have eyes back here. So
You are unmuted.
witness stated she told me there are marital issues. And then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children and traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that just to make sure that we're going to the right portion and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do let what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said. And I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, as you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one, that Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts. And that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
We may. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes. But
I'll be
you
right back.
can go do that.
Thank you very much.
So Joe, real quick, what is the issue here? Obviously,
For a moment as well.
You may.
Thank you.
the issue obviously is the phrase marital issues. What this guy Sem Mutlu can say or not say. I think it's Jem Mutlu, but do I have that right?
Yeah, and I thought all along that, I think I said that yesterday, that he was going to be able to say the dinner, that everything was amicable, but he was going to be able to say some things about the relationship in general. Part of it, apparently, the prosecutor didn't know until yesterday, but the difference is him saying what he recalled her saying, or at least the general idea of what she was saying, and him characterizing it in a way that didn't come from him or couldn't be fairly characterized as what she said. And the defense does not want him to say marital problems, marital issues. They do not want the fact that she was unhappy with the back and forth travel or not seeing the kids or Brian couldn't leave to be put on under umbrella of marital issues. They want it to be considered problems that she was having, but they didn't relate to problems within the marriage. Is what I got from it. And the judge has agreed with the defense that if the phrase marital issues comes up, depending on what he's testified to, because he's doing that as his character, his impression of what she was saying, rather being able to point to particular things. His impression would be okay if he was better able to point to things that fit within the marriage relationship or problems within the marriage relationship itself.
Yeah. By the way, I'm always amazed with these judges because they're doing so much on their computers, but they listen to everything. The minute I start doing something else, it's hard for me to really listen. Like I have to concentrate. So kudos, especially to this judge. From Josephine Santamoro to Margaret, why can't they just give him a copy of his deposition to help him remember what he said? Oh, you're muted now, Margaret. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, all good.
I don't believe in this case there was a deposition, but there was probably a statement to the police. But he can't characterize what she is saying. So basically, let's say Anna said something, I don't know, something during the dinner or about Brian, he can't characterize that and say, in his mind say, oh, well, that means, she must still be having marital issues. It has to be specific only as to what Anna said. So he can't, use his own guesswork and characterization and technically put words in her mouth or thoughts in her head. It's got to be, because that's not fair. And I do agree with the defense argument in this particular instance. And the judge is excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
judge is great. So this guy's name is Sem Mutlu, but it's pronounced gem, like a gemstone, and it's spelled either way, C-E-M. He says sometimes he spells it G-E-M, but it's M-U-T-L-U. So he said on the stand just now that they basically spoke for about 45 minutes. I believe it was a day or two before New Year's Eve. They caught up as friends, talked about how she was feeling. He got the impression there were marital issues. Part of it had to do with going back and forth from D.C. He remembered telling himself essentially that this would have to be a much longer conversation at some point. She also complained about the federal art case and attorney fees piling up. And then they moved to New Year's Eve when he is a guest at their home. This is the night into the morning where she is allegedly murdered. And he says, Jem Mutlu, that Anna was texting a few people, Will Fasto, the person she was having this affair with, Abdullah, that you guys can refresh me on. I don't know who that person is. And Emily, a mutual friend, and that he believes that they sent a picture of Anna and Jem to Will Fasto, but he kind of had to refresh that memory as well. And then he says, I don't recall specifically her saying marital issues, but he knew that there were problems in the marriage. So
Just those, the next three.
Oh, yes. I apologize.
Joe, who's up? Do you know who Abdullah is?
I thought it was a friend, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Margaret, do we know who Abdullah is? Because he didn't mention Abdullah.
And I think it's a friend that she worked with in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
I'm surprised that the prosecutor didn't have him review the statement that he gave to the police officer in preparation for the testimony.
Say that one more time, Joe.
Yeah, I'm surprised the prosecutor did not have Jem Mutlu review the statement that he gave to the police officer in preparing for his testimony today.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that goes back to the deposition, that there wasn't a deposition of him.
Yeah,
but
usually if you're going to have a witness testify and they've given statements in the past, or someone has taken down information that you've said in the past, they review it before they get on the stand, particularly with the amount of time that's elapsed between when he talked to the law enforcement officer and today.
Taterbug with a theory. Anna was rejecting Brian Walshe, and nobody rejects Brian Walshe, and that's why we ended up where we are right now. Margaret, I mean, the defense is arguing this phrase marital issues should not be used. Now, the judge came in, and this is where I'm, in awe of how she's able to break things down. She recalled three things that were just said: the back and forth, taking the toll, not seeing the children, Brian not being able to see the children because of, the ankle monitor, the restraints, and all of that sort of thing. But if he gets up there, this guy Jem Mutlu, and just says, these are the things that were on Anna's mind about the ankle monitor, the stolen or the fake art, the con job, just that they weren't getting along great. Doesn't that imply that there were marital issues? Like, do they have to say marital issues?
Well, this witness can't imply what was going on in her mind. He has to be specific as to what Anna told him, because otherwise he's characterizing statements made by Anna. Like he's theorizing, and he's not allowed to theorize or use guesswork. It's because, again, that wouldn't be fair to the defense, right? He can't just put his own 2 cents in here.
Yeah, although I guess I could ask that question wrong. I mean, if the line of questioning is, so you were there New Year's Eve, what was Anna's major complaint? That she was, and he answers, she was living in Washington, D.C. He couldn't travel there. Why was that a problem? It was an issue with because of the children. Like if she's asked questions and answers what she can, won't that accomplish the same thing essentially as saying that there were marital issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think the jurors can put two and two together, but
Right.
he's stuck with having to testify as to what she specifically told him, instead of just this broad. If she said we had marital issues, we had to go to counseling.
Presenting all rise.
That. So let's see the line of questioning. We'll see what happens here.
And Joe, are we expecting Mutlu right now? Or are we going to get some more forensic scientists here?
I think they're done with the forensic scientists. I don't know who else. I mean, they've now tied up the DNA, so I think they're done. So it would be Mutlu or whoever else they're going to be calling, and my guess would be they'd start with him.
All right.
I hope so. I'm sick of the DNA stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, leave your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth. May be seated. Court is in session.
But he's a very nervous witness, and he's not good at focusing on what he's being asked.
Margaret, I told Joe this. I really want to go back to law school, but I don't want to do any of the work. And I want to get a degree. I don't want to just audit. And I want to.
Be able to comply.
How do I do that?
Well, you figure it out through AI.
Yeah. Can you do my homework, or will AI do my homework?
Sure. I'll help you out.
All right.
Be able to comply with my order. They did not speak to anyone about this case. Yes.
Margaret, I don't know if you agree, but I think he's a difficult witness because he doesn't
any social media.
He doesn't capture what he's being asked to focus on, and I think he got nervous, and you couldn't get him to just stay in the lane as to what they wanted. He couldn't do it, and I don't think he's being an obstructionist. He just couldn't understand what he was how he was being asked to parse out what he knew.
I think he's very nervous, and he's also strikes me as a very emotional man.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth.
Here we go. He's getting called right now. Ain't no hollow back. Boston News reporting only one witness today. We did hear this from the judge that we would probably see the end of the Commonwealth case today. Do you think there's a chance, Margaret, we just hear from Jem Mutlu and then they break for the day?
Well, it sounds like it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony as to give in the
I don't know.
hearings to be the truth, the whole truth?
Well, we're going to find out together.
I can't answer that one.
This way, sir. Take your time. Just watch your step.
Why would we break? I guess.
Here, have a seat.
Maybe the
And this
defense
judge seems like she really wants to move things along.
Yeah.
Voice up when you speak.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's CEM, last name MUTLU. I also spell it with a GEM.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor,
How long have you been a realtor?
about 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts.
Commercial or residential?
Residential.
And sir, are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walshe?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020.
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walshe at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner, and that's how we got to know each other.
And so did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walshe?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Brian, She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walshe ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walshe to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walshe?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in DC. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team, is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walshe?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walshe?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walshe?
Yes,
Where was that property?
in Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple of days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property.
And when you say reinvest that property,
Rather, reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
and sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am.
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
Sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer...
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
Sure.
And then once that passes,
Of course.
it's kind of tough to compete with that.
Of course.
All right. Now, sir, I think that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal again or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walshe was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that that she would grow financially.
Now,
He's having a hard time.
during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she, well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had.
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walsh during this conversation on December 29th, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walsh are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
While I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right. I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection, move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
Well, the voir dire didn't do a great job of eliciting what he thinks he knows.
I know. I had a feeling.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
He's obviously he's making you know, kind of an odd facial gesture, but I think he's just trying to hold back his emotion where he kind of holds his mouth open. But yeah.
What's interesting, Joel, is they did the voir dire to get a good read on what he was going to say.
Yeah.
And he couldn't do it. And now that he's on the stand.
Yeah.
And I actually think what he's saying now is probably his memory at the time, but he just couldn't get it out the first time.
Yeah. What did Joe, when the judge just jumped in there talking about the criminal acts charge, what was she doing there?
Well, you can't, the evidence as to what he's saying, Anna Walsh said, goes to her state of mind. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's substantive evidence, and you can't use it as proof towards the murder one conviction. You can use it, the jury can use it to get a read on how she said she was feeling. And that's an exception to hearsay because she's not here to tell us herself.
Yeah. And Margaret, so this line of questioning starts from the Commonwealth, and Mutlu's answer here, Jem Mutlu's answer is they were having marital problems, which is the exact phrase that they were debating in the voir dire. So immediately there's an objection and it is sustained. And she says, try to rephrase it. And then the Commonwealth says, what can you tell us about traveling back and forth? He starts to answer, and that's where there's an objection, and that's how.
What did she say about not seeing the children?
That it was difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walsh not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken. Okay. I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last
He
portion.
can't get off when they phrase the question that way.
Now,
Run to,
sir,
can't remember the words.
moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walsh?
On December 31st,
Where did you get to see Anna Walsh?
at their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah.
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
About 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me. No, there were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car.
There was no one else with me. No.
Okay. And so tell us what happened when you got there at the Walsh house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me.
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, couldn't
What
hear.
did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door. We hugged each other, and then she ushered me in. And,
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so when you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure. It was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen? Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
All right. Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very
What-
happy to see me, and yeah,
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools at the kitchen, and Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes,
Who joined the three of you?
their oldest son.
And
Yeah.
what happened when he joined the three of you?
He ran to me and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, "Let's take a photo vote for Will and send it to Will Fastow. And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes,
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
we all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. The Commonwealth will seek to publish.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have...
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified for the record now as three photos. 257 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes,
And are you able to read the writing on the box in exhibit 257?
yes,
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet we are still here, and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes,
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jen.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now, that night, did you see any injuries on Anna?
No,
Did you have any concerns about her health?
physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walsh told you he had had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it was that he had, it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus, it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30, because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said, I better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. And I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how'd you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, I love my necklace?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walsh?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, Thomas just found my phone?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walsh via cell phone?
Before January
2nd? Yes.
Any conversations?
Calls?
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walsh on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, have you heard from Anna?
What did you say?
And I said, what do you mean? He says, well, Anna's been missing. And I said, how could she be missing? And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30 that she got in an Uber and left.
Did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let our community know, and we've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation? His demeanor?
I remember the tone to be way more even keeled or way more toned down for somebody who was.
I moved to strike. All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
His tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And
yeah.
Sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walshe?
No.
Have you heard from her?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I think he was a good witness because he brings the emotion into it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mhm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy, Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh,
The buddy system is introduced during the class, after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and we were in the same room.
Okay, let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time, no.
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
That's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh.
No, Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
Okay. And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that process.
That's correct.
And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague?
Mm-hmm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program?
Mm-hmm.
And thereafter?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family
Mm-hmm.
and Anna, the children, and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Hey, Marta, please email me, survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com. Marta, survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com. Let's just, while they're at the sidebar here, quickly just run through some of this. Obviously, the Commonwealth on their direct exam, and where did I put this? Was talking about everything from how much money Brian was making, which was 60K compared to the 300,000 that Anna was making, that there was concern that the family was being drained by the legal fees related to the art fraud. And then basically after New Year's, Anna goes missing. Brian calls a couple of days later, as he called everyone, seemingly unaffected by all this, just at an even keel, I think is how Jem Mutlu described it. But Jem Mutlu said, look, we have to call the police and alert everybody, and went on to say his tone was not panicked. I mean, Joe Patuto, is he an effective witness? He's obviously very emotional. He takes these long pauses. I feel like the Commonwealth wants him to sort of gush more, but he's also sort of reserved a little bit. Is he a good witness, do you think?
Yes, and I think it's very clear he's emotional, and what he's really doing is showing.
Return to your impressions of Mr. Walsh.
We'll pick it up in a minute.
Know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project. And Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations. And this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving spoonfuls. And we ended up raising, well, about, I think, $80-some thousand, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall. And we were told that, hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result. And he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery, Breakthrough. I can't recall which one, but I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assume that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, when after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Year's spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day when she worked for me. She would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
Okay. And you had told us that Anna, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship
And Anna
required.
would come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days, usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her career with you?
He did.
He was proud of her?
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations is basically, she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Well, there was, she did everything. She did. A director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description, but I do remember asking her, is there anything you wouldn't do? She came from hospitality and she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me, and she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employee. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours actually.
I'm just going to stop you.
Yes.
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it
And-
didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was obviously, Anna was important to you professionally
And as a friend, yes.
and
Both.
personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours.
That is correct.
And you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes,
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea. Yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further,
That is correct.
to let you know that they cared about you and loved you,
That's correct.
and that this is what was best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you got to support her, right?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes,
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
that's correct.
It was something important to you,
Absolutely.
and it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the DC, Virginia area at the time, so there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told, and that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Mhm.
Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings.
Did.
And you went to support Brian,
I did.
and you went also to support Anna,
That's correct.
because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there,
That's correct.
and I believe there were other friends of Anna and
Yes.
Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna,
I was sitting next to Anna.
and Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's correct.
And you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration, or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna.
I don't believe so.
When you say I don't believe so, Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours of friendship with her?
She did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
All right. Margaret, to you, it sounds right now to me that the defense here is raising the idea that maybe there was something romantic going on here. I don't know, that this relationship was closer than maybe it appeared, that he grabbed her hand during one of these hearings. What is going on here? Getting a little tawdry.
First of all, I just don't think that this is an effective cross-examination. I think that this cross-examination is helping the Commonwealth more than the defense. It's bringing out, how wonderful the victim was, which the Commonwealth has been lacking. So I don't really know whether. I think that, it should, Jem Mutlu, I think, was just such a good friend, and he cared about Anna. That just seems like his personality anyway to me. But I would not be going here if I were the defense. They're building a case for the prosecution. I don't like it. I don't like the cross-examination.
Yeah, it seems like it's a far reach on top of everything else. But Joe, what do you make of what we've been hearing here so far? Again, on the direct exam, basically, Jem Mutlu said that his tone was way more even-keeled than he expected for having his wife been missing for a couple of days. Now on the cross, they bring up the federal case, the dynamic of the relationship, and then they get into the federal art case where there were some hearings, and friends went, he went, and at one hearing, I guess he is reaching out and this is now Jem Mutlu is holding Anna's hand. What do you make of all this?
I agree with Margaret. I think what he's doing is painting such a picture of her as a warm, caring person, a great friend. And he also comes across not only as sincere, but he's answering the questions straight on while making it obvious to the jury how much he cared for her and how wonderful he thought she was, and yet answering the defense questions straight on when the defense asks a question about his relationship with Brian or how Brian was at the time. I think he's doing a wonderful job of bringing her alive to the jury. And I think he's doing a wonderful job, not doing it intentionally, but a wonderful job of making him seem so genuine and so, distraught over what occurred. And I agree with Margaret. I don't know what the defense is doing, but I will say what I've said before. A lot of what they're doing on cross, I don't understand really. It doesn't seem to be moving their case forward. And I would love to see something in writing as to what their strategy is and how these pieces are moving their strategy forward, because I just can't figure it out.
Now here's another interesting possibility, Margaret, that they're trying to paint Brian as not a jealous guy. Like he, doesn't seem to be jealous of this Will Fastow. Now this guy, Jem Mutlu's holding hands, and he's just plodding along, not guilty. I mean, not jealous, and I guess therefore not guilty of the crime.
Yeah, I think Heather had a great observation. That's absolutely that's probably what they're trying to show. I imagine, but I think they're, cross-examination really should be leading questions. You have a few points you want to make, and then you sit down. So I think they're, we're painting a picture of Anna as just such a wonderful person. So the jurors are going to go back there and say, my God, we have to convict this guy. We might not have enough evidence, but we got to nail him.
Yeah. And Margaret, let me just follow up. In the news business, you do a story and you interview someone and you kind of want to get that soundbite, like with the emotion, the character. And here, I feel like there's something being held back a little bit. Is it frustrating when you don't have a witness who's like, I guess.
At this hearing, when you were there.
We'll pick it up.
Okay. I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time.
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing.
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walshe.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
Would
yeah.
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Dun, 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 dun.
No. Okay, this is when.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Joe Patuto. Now we're getting into a potential crush on a guy, and this is a woman who's having an affair on the husband. What is going on here?
Well, I really think what they're pointing out is that Brian is not jealous, and that would not have been a motive for murder, since he evidently trusted her and didn't, if she was, and she apparently, I don't know if they're going to be able to get it in, but apparently told him about other crushes
I'm
that
sure.
she had had.
Margaret, I don't know what this man's sexual orientation is. I don't care. But in this particular case, would you want to know if he's attracted to men or women? Someone in the chat said he lives in a predominantly gay neighborhood. Is that a question that should be asked here?
And then I'm just gonna have you look at that first page.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
He does, but the South End is. I lived in the South End too at one point. It's
Just be to yourself.
Yeah.
Take as
big
much time as
neighborhood
you
of
need,
Boston.
and just look up at me when you're done.
For sure.
I mean, it could answer a lot of
maybe-
questions.
From the top, from the
From the top
top of the page?
until the bottom, until
Sure. So we actually started.
just
Read to
read
yourself.
to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I know, poor guy.
Yeah. Yeah, someone is saying that they believe he's attracted to men. I have no idea,
Okay.
and I don't care, but it's relevant here.
Yeah, it would be, because why Brian wouldn't be jealous of a relationship with Jem.
Right.
So you're right.
And I'm not sure he would be anyway. He's also a friend, and he obviously has a good read on Jim's character, and would maybe have a really good picture of what that relationship was, and therefore have no reason, whether Jim is gay or not, just have no reason to suspect anything other than a really close relationship with someone who saw them as his family.
I agree with you, Joe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think that transfers to how he'd feel about her relationship with someone else.
Like William Fastow, somebody in Washington, somebody he can't control,
Yeah.
somebody he doesn't
Someone
know.
who's not a friend with him, someone who doesn't have the close familial ties. I think it's a totally different.
Yeah,
That's
younger guy too.
Just gonna
Yeah.
come take that back. Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of question, Your Honor.
Ooh.
You can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it does. If
I
it
don't
doesn't.
recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
That answers our question.
Memory of
It does.
Anna Walsh telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush.
Objection.
Sustained.
She developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do it a little more, and the judge is going to
Anna
have a
Walsh
sidebar.
told you that she told her husband that she had a crush.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Oh, Joe
Jim.
Pluto calls it. And look at this
Getting
comment.
Feel that
This
the
is-
judge was going to give her one more try, and then they were going sidebar.
This is like an episode of Will and Grace, it says. It's definitely better than the forensic scientist, I'll tell you that.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
way better.
I don't know. Joe, let's start with you. I mean, how much does any of this matter? If they were holding hands, if they weren't holding hands, they were at a hearing. I mean, this
I
is
don't-
obviously an attempt by the defense to just, I guess, muddy things up and make
Yeah.
it unclear as to what was really going on between these people.
I don't think it matters at all, because I think the jury is reading it the way we are. It was a close family, he had a familial feel for her, and I just don't think it matters. The only thing that I think might have mattered, and maybe they'll go there, is the mother being unhappy about it, because remember, the mother hires the private investigator to see if she's having an affair might be having an affair. And that, it seems to me, might lead the defense somewhere, that the mother on her own, frolic would be doing that, and there's no reason to believe that Brian Walshe would have known about it. So I don't know if they're going to do that, but that seems to me to be at least something that would lead to what I would be thinking about that the defense might want to do. But I just think this is, and I think at some point that the jury might start being unhappy that the defense lawyer is pressing him on this, which is so sensitive about a woman that he clearly is mourning. And now when the judge calls them sidebar, sustaining 3 times and then going sidebar, I think the jurors are saying, you know, we're right that the defense is off doing something with this witness that the defense shouldn't be doing. So I don't think it's helping.
Yeah. Again, someone's saying this is to show that Brian wasn't jealous and to show he didn't hurt her over jealousy till he snaps and kills her, I guess. But
yeah, and I would say he
allegedly.
wasn't jealous of Jim and wouldn't have hurt her over jealousy with Jim. But that transition that this meant that he was just, you know, never got jealous about anybody. I don't think they're making it with this witness.
Prime time straightening out the ages here because people were asking, isn't Jem old enough to be Anna's father? Not exactly. Jem is 56. Diana Walshe, Brian's mother, is 75. Anna would be 42 had she lived. So, Margaret, to you, at the end of this exchange before the sidebar, and Anna confessed she had a crush on you. And she says, I don't recall Anna telling me she had a crush on me. Again, does this even matter?
I don't think it really matters here. I'm not sure where they're going with it. Again, maybe to prove that Brian's not a jealous guy. You know, I'm starting to question the mother, though.
When Anna stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text.
That's correct.
And she started working in DC for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022.
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in DC or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things. Yeah.
Okay. And you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant? A confidant?
A confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers.
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
Okay.
That's a great answer.
Great answer. Shout out to Tab here.
She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's where she was going to end up if she kept pressing this, and then she ended up there.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her.
Yes.
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
That's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022 that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job.
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night.
Okay.
On December 31st.
Okay. And you also told us Mr. Walshe was making about 50 or 60 grand a year.
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And
How was
also
he making that? I want to know.
Interested in participating in investing in small businesses.
Correct.
No reason to believe he's telling the truth, remember?
Yeah.
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's.
That's correct.
And I think you said that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
All right. Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well, I don't know. No, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them.
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Years before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It was
home?
out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is why I never go out on New Year's Eve.
I think you had said that during this call, she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially,
Okay.
but also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
Okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, it technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay.
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
Okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay.
And
So let me just ask
Happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
Yeah.
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property.
that's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay.
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
Okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property.
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay.
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
Okay. You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fasto.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years,
Thereabouts, yes. Correct.
and you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first and then DC.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington, D.C. for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to DC with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walshe and Will Fasto really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation.
You're talking about Brian Walshe, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walshe and Will Fasto.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or. Yeah.
Okay. But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walshe and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walshe family,
Thank you.
to Will Fasto.
Okay. And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fasto.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walshe never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fasto.
No,
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walshe for Will Fasto.
no,
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fasto.
Not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close,
Okay.
but she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship
But I can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
Joe, I have to hop on a quick call. If they break, you'll run the show. I'll be right back. I'll be here.
Okay.
That's correct.
And you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so. That I always thought that there was a lot of love between them, and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you,
That's correct.
and sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes.
So Mr. Walsh knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walsh to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did.
And you were looking forward to spending time over there,
Very much so.
looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids,
Yes.
looking forward to seeing Anna,
Yes.
and looking forward to seeing Brian.
That's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes.
And she was obviously excited to see you.
Yes.
And you said it was cold out.
Yes.
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
Yes.
And then you walked in the house together.
That's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your arm?
She was very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug,
Okay.
and then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced.
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen.
Okay.
He was there. Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in a hug.
Absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes.
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other?
That's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes,
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
that's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah.
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne
That's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all three of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all three of you signed, that was the spirit that new year, so happy to be together. Aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I. I do recall, I mean, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but.
a selfie, yeah.
Sure, I don't mean to cut you off, but during that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jem to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, oh, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian,
All three of you together.
all three of us together, correct?
Okay. And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other,
Yes,
and Brian's preparing food and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes,
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian? Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall. I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom.
Okay.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Jurors, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
I wondered when she was going to do a break.
Sure, is everything all right? Sir, please leave your notebooks to the chairs. Watch your step.
And I'm back.
Thank you.
Just
So,
in time for the morning break.
yeah, we're off to the morning break. They're not done with this witness yet. Again, there was talk that after Jem Mutlu, who is this witness, I guess that they would break for the day. We're going to see, I guess, if that happens. But Joe, what about this witness? What about this line of questioning? Where has it gotten the Commonwealth? Let's start there.
I don't think it's gotten the Commonwealth very far at all, and I think it's helped the defense, as Margaret said earlier. So I don't know what else they're going to do with him.
Why
don't know
though?
this-
Why has it helped the defense?
Why did it not help the defense?
Did you say it did help the defense?
No, I thought I'm sorry, I may have misstated. I think it helped the prosecution.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, I must have misstated.
In what regard has it helped?
Because he brought her alive and made her
Yes.
human.
He's gone.
Thank you.
All right, let's just see
Not
here.
see the relevance of going in down this road.
An answer for her or counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
All right. How much longer will this witness you expect?
Myself,
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
All right, we're not done with witnesses. Who did she say is next? I thought she said-
Kiefer,
Okay,
the
I'm gonna-
probation officer.
okay. That's interesting. Did we know about this guy? I hadn't heard about him.
I don't know about him, and I don't. I have a partial list of the witnesses, and I don't see him on it, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, in any event, it sounds like we're getting close to the end of the Commonwealth case. The probation officer is next. But Joe, just expound on why it's helping the Commonwealth, but not the defense here.
Because, and Margaret talked about this before, they're bringing her alive and making her seem like a warm, supportive friend, a mother who really hated, being away from the children. They're trying to show her as somebody, I guess, who's a little, I don't know what the word would be, flirtatious when she says she's got a crush on this person. And, but I don't think it's coming across that way. And he had a great one. And I think the defense lawyer rued that question when he said, she was like a sister to me, which I think captured it really well. And yet they went back to it anyway. I mean, there's a point at which I think your inner ear should be saying, this isn't working. And I have more questions I'm going to ask, but maybe I should just drop this and go on to something else that would be more fruitful. So that's why I think it's helping the prosecution. I don't know that it's really helping the defense much. They're making the case that Anna loved Brian, but what's his name? William Fastow said the same thing. They're making the case that everything was really calm at that New Year's Eve dinner. So what? That doesn't mean that there weren't things under the surface that didn't erupt later that evening. So it isn't working on me, and I don't think it's working on the jury.
Garden Girl 9, off topic, not really. Love the judge's proximity in court, her flow around the bench. Jurors must love it, like a great teacher in a room. Joe, when you taught, would you sit or would you walk around by your lectern?
Oh, I stood by that lectern and held on to it. I didn't move an inch in either direction. I had colleagues who commanded the classroom, but boy, I wanted to be right there. I don't know whether I thought it was a barrier in case they wanted to come at me. I'd stay behind that podium.
That's funny.
I would love to be a professor and catch someone asleep, and I would bang and smack that lectern right in the microphone.
Oh, the better way to do it is to call on them.
Yeah.
And because then they're not prepared and they're embarrassed and everybody in the class knows. And I wasn't above that sort of thing. People didn't fall asleep in my class, and they were always prepared.
I would love to do that. Look at this. A personal question. Margaret. Oh, wait, where'd it go? Are you and KCL Primetime sisters? You both are beautiful, look so much alike. She's in our chat, I would assume.
Oh, thank you so much. No, I don't have any sisters. I only have my one brother.
Yeah.
So, but that's very sweet of you.
Good question. So, Margaret, to you, I was saying, just as a news reporter, a lot of times you go on a story and you've got like something going on that's very interesting, and you're hoping for a soundbite from someone that is going to add color to it, and then you get like this really sort of I don't know, like a humdrum, I don't know, low energy person, and it doesn't work out the way you want it, and you pull your hair out. I thought this might be going on at the beginning here because he was very sort of low key, succinct in his answers, but I think he's kind of gotten in his comfort zone here. And I do think he is portraying Anna as this quote unquote human being. I think to quote Joe Patuto, I think he's doing a really good job in that regard. What happens though when you get, I guess, a disappointing witness who doesn't live up to potential? Is how frustrating is that?
Oh yeah, my gosh, it is. It is. The Commonwealth. Are you talking from the defense's point of view or the Commonwealth?
Well, in this regard, I'm talking from the Commonwealth. It's a Commonwealth witness, so you want him to get out there and and really make the case for you.
Well, so I think that the way that somebody like Jem should be handled by any lawyer is, You know they're nervous, but the fact that they're nervous humanizes them. It makes them real before the jurors, because the jurors know that they would be nervous as well. So I think you just take baby steps and you question them and you get to them to feel comfortable. And I think they did accomplish that after a while. I mean, there's nothing better than a witness who is so emotional over losing such a wonderful person as Anna that he can't even have the words to express himself, and he has to catch his breath and he's about to cry. That is just wonderful, because especially in this case, I have to say I was a little disappointed with the opening statements by the Commonwealth, because I would have put Anna's picture front and center up on that screen for all of the jurors to see. I think they've lacked in humanizing her throughout the trial. So it's great if they are ending with him. I think it's a very good thing. One thought I had before it leaves my mind, which things often do, thoughts often do, is I'm wondering if the defense is in their cross-examination, if they're trying to portray Brian and Anna's image as, well, you know what? They weren't arguing. They did have a loving relationship. He wasn't the jealous type. So maybe Brian's story is, according to the defense, is believable that, geez, she did just die in her sleep. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of that they're trying to do. I don't think they're doing a great job, but
yeah, I don't think
is it
that's too
possible?
effective. Now, Margaret, Joe is convinced that Brian needs to take the stand here to explain what happened. Do you agree? Do you think we're going to see him in this trial?
I do think we're going to see him. He has nothing to lose at this point. He's cut up his body. He's a despicable person. He needs evidence. Well, he doesn't have to prove anything, obviously, but as promised in the opening statement, they would hear from, the jurors are expecting to hear from him as to how Anna died. And he's the only one that can testify that she suddenly died in her sleep, because there's no body, there's no autopsy. And then he panicked and dismembered her body. So it'll be really interesting to see how the judge handles that part of things.
Yeah. And Joe, there's a lot of criticism at the defense attorney here. Why is this attorney repeating everything over and over? She's talking over the witness. This sounds like someone yelling at me. She is being rude, in my opinion. This definitely sounds like someone talking about me, especially when I have my mom on. But Joe, how important, I guess, is the delivery of these attorneys, because everyone's watching every move. I mean, if Tipton, her co-counsel, is a good attorney, will he maybe say something to her? Tone it down a touch. Like, is that something that lawyers need to do to remind each other, to keep each other in check?
Yes, but it also depends on how good the relationship is between the two of them, as to the extent to which he will feel free to say something directly. I think what she's losing here is, and I do think she's coming across as a little abrasive, is the witness is so sympathetic on the stand, and you really do have to. It's okay to be abrasive when there's a jerk on the stand, but when you've got somebody who's so sympathetic and who is so clearly answering the questions to the best of his ability, even when they don't promote the prosecution's view of the case, and he's emotional and he's in tears, then I think on a cross-examination, you need to be really soft, get the same questions out, but sound as though you're understanding of his feelings. And I don't think she's doing that. And the other thing, she's got that verbal tick, that oral tick.
Yeah.
Okay. And it drives me crazy when someone does that. Every time she gets an answer, she ends with an okay, and I wish she would clean that up.
This question has come up a lot, Margaret, and then we'll take a little break, because we're not going to have time to take a little break if we don't take a little break right after this. How is this not a federal case? He was on federal house arrest and dismembered his wife. Wouldn't that be a violation of federal probation? A lot of people have asked this. What is the answer, Margaret?
Well, it would be a violation of his probation. However, the bigger case here, it's a state murder trial. So this is under Massachusetts state jurisdiction. So as a result, anything that's going on this is much bigger deal that must be tried in the Massachusetts state courts.
One final question, a great question. So there are kids, they're very young, Joe. But Carla M is asking, will the kids testify? I assume not, but it's happened before. And I guess the oldest might be old enough to offer something. How do you know whether or not to call a child, Joe?
I think it's very tough. And I think for me, I would have to be absolutely convinced that I needed what that child had to say. And before thinking about bringing a 6-year-old into a courtroom, which would be frightening for the child. And I think it's just a bad memory for a child. I don't care whether your father killed your mother or not, to have a memory of in any way, however peripherally, participating in it is not something I would want to do to a child. Now, I did see something, and I don't know where I saw it, that he was interviewed by law enforcement, that is the 6-year-old, and he talked about hearing some sort of noise, that evening. I don't think that moves it enough by any means to put him through having to testify in court with even if they take the jury out and they do it privately or they do it over a camera in the courtroom. I just think it's way too much to do to a 6-year-old.
Yeah, and I remember Georgia Kappelman after the Donna Adelson trial saying that she tried her best to not have to call Rob Adelson her estranged son. So you see the calculus at play with these prosecutors, but at the end she said she needed his testimony. So it's really they start to weigh these things, right, Margaret? And it's only if you absolutely need the testimony are you going to call some of these, I don't know, some of these witnesses that are vulnerable.
Right. Yeah. They would never have the kids testify in this case. No way. So.
All right. Well, listen, let's take a break. I'm going to bounce us out of the screen here so everyone can move about. We'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes when court resumes. And huge shout out to both Joe, Prop Joe Explains is her YouTube channel. Margaret, It's a Crime. Margaret McLean is her YouTube channel. And thank you both for being here. We'll pick it up in a few minutes.
Thank you.
You are unmuted.
Then here we go.
We are back. Left off with Jem Mutlu, a good friend of Anna and Brian Walsh, who will be back on the stand.
Watch your step. Sure. Have a seat. Just remind you, keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that you were describing, at one point, Anna was showing you her,
Yes,
and she was happy about it.
that's correct.
And she was telling you that Brian had got her this ring,
That's correct.
and he was smiling.
Yes,
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
that's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30?
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
Yeah.
And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point, she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
that's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described,
That's correct.
drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone,
That he had misplaced his phone.
misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it. Correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday?
I don't have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
Tuesday, 4th, okay.
Yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you,
That's correct.
that you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no, like, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing. No,
You said the night was joyful.
that's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I
Well,
think.
let me-
I mean, they seemed happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate
So,
Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple days in advance that
So let
she.
me just stop you
Yeah,
for a minute.
thank you,
okay?
sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years,
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand?
To listen, to understand, yes,
I think you just said people are complex.
that's correct.
And so you, in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities,
Yes,
to see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together.
Mhm.
You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that point.
But
And
you-
I hadn't also only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay, but in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you had spent time with Brian Walsh, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You had spent time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but
Okay,
it
you
was,
got pastries to your home in the South End,
sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
That's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful,
Jovial.
jovial, it's full of hope. And
I'm not sure.
Before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm gonna stop you.
Sure.
Right? You took a- you had-
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course, thank you.
No, I understand that
course,
I'm
yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I
And
did.
at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoot him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods to
That's-
specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that. Yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your word. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days.
So when you.
And our community had not been correct. We had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand.
Okay.
And the tone of voice was not panicked.
So let me just ask you my question again.
Yes, thank
I don't
you.
know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
when you left the house
Yes,
of your good friends
yes,
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning,
yes,
the mood was joyful and happy.
yes.
Nothing further. Your Honor.
Oh, I think she should have stopped much earlier.
Oh my God, terrible cross-examination.
Yeah,
Terrible.
and she got some bad answers from
Oh,
him.
she did. You got to learn how to control your witness.
Anna, a couple days prior,
Oh,
when you were saying about people being complex.
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
And I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact
Sure.
words.
I
Why don't
recall.
we state the question again?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying,
Sure.
what is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
When you state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Please seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that.
That's what she gets for asking those questions.
yeah, she opened the door.
She certainly did. And twice he said 2 days prior, and she objected, which only focused the jury on the fact that he had information he wanted to share from that phone call. And of course, on redirect, we go straight to the phone call. And now he remembers that she said there were cracks in the relationship.
Yeah. So he just got that in. She struck that, right? But
She didn't strike it yet, I don't think. Didn't they?
oh,
go
she didn't. I
sidebar?
thought. Yeah. I mean, either way, the jury just heard that, right? That
Well,
there were
they've heard
cracks.
marital problems now 3 or 4 times. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So this is Margaret. This is, I guess, a win for the Commonwealth here, no matter
Yeah.
what.
That was a poor example of cross-examination for anybody out there in law school. Don't do that. I hate to criticize other lawyers, but
That's what law professors do. I'll say it was a bad cross.
okay, we are in agreement.
Oh boy, are we in agreement.
Mm.
I know she didn't expect the answer that she got when he said happiness is a relative statement, people are complex. And instead of backing away, she went forward trying to get him to say what she wanted. And she tried twice.
Yeah.
So she dug the hole and then dug it deeper.
Oh,
And he's not a very like he is not like a literal witness. He takes the questions very seriously. You can tell that. So he's like he's thinking about the question very clearly before he's answering. He's giving very thoughtful answers. And I guess if you're crossing him, you've got to know that he's not going to give you the answer you're necessarily looking for because he's thinking about it very heavily. Is that accurate, Margaret or Joe?
Yeah,
yes.
that's okay. Let Margaret go.
Oh, well, absolutely. He's a great witness. In hindsight, I mean, if I'm this lawyer, I would have at the most maybe asked him. It could have gotten done in 10 questions.
Yeah. Because he does not come across as being an obstructionist, or even though, you know, he loved her and he cares about this. He's answering their questions as he comes across as answering their questions as honestly as he can, even when it bolsters the idea that the relationship was happy. So you don't have a witness where you feel he's pushing and not wanting to provide the answers to the defense that he has. And so therefore, when he does this and say cracks in the relationship, it's not coming from someone who sounds as though he's on the prosecution side and he's going to be gung-ho and he's going to do his damnness not to say anything that helps the defense.
Yeah.
Joe, this is a you question for sure from Pelly Jelly Mom, but Margaret was a professor too. But I'm confused by when is testimony versus hearsay in play, Joe. He's waffling between I don't remember, oh yeah, now I remember, versus she said or he said.
Yeah, let me back up a little. His difficulty, and for me, he would be a really difficult witness to prep, is that he's literal. And whenever he's asked, tell us what she said, he goes to, I have to think of the exact words. And then he says he can't get the exact words. And the judge has told him repeatedly, that doesn't mean you have to come up with the exact words, but you can't just give your impression. And he's unable to see, either he's not be able to see it or he's not able to answer the questions reflecting the difference. Hearsay can't come in, but a lot of this is coming in as an exception to the hearsay rule. And what else was that question about? It went away. So maybe that's my best on what was up on the screen that I saw.
By the way, here's Primetime giving us the defense list. Dr. Stephen Lake and etc. You can look at it. I'll leave it up for a moment.
It has
been. To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walsh say to you that led you to say that people are complex?
Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th,
Yes.
She gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
In Your Honor, move to strike.
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And I know we're all
I understand.
jumping in the middle.
Sure.
And sir, it's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
All right. So you had the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? If you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are
Move
complex.
to strike.
All right, I'll strike the end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right. So just on December 29th, what did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being?
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
He's ecstatic to be out of there right now.
Oh,
All right. That is Jem Mutlu, CEM MUTLU, the last person to see Anna alive besides Brian Walsh. She was a guest on New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2022. You're looking at Brian Walsh without a jacket.
They call it sex witness.
I noticed when he walked out, he made an effort
Ramda Hall.
not to look at Brian Walsh at all. They straight ahead, didn't.
Yeah.
And the jury notices that.
Oh, they do. Oh, yeah.
All right. This could be the last witness potentially. I don't know.
Yeah.
For the
You solemnly
Commonwealth.
swear or affirm testimony you'll so give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You can just follow me, please. Just take your time. Just watch your step.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Marlene Ramdahal.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlene, Marlenny. Last name Ramdehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer.
And what is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts.
Where is your office located?
In Taunton.
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walshe?
Since November of 2021.
And that's when you first met him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him?
Approximately once every 60 days.
And how did you see him?
At his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walshe, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions, to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities. So things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
Dumping not on the list.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
Okay. And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request.
And how would he do that?
Again, via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife, Anna, was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle, the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged?
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30. Pick up children 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
Because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023 being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery, and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
For January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
I might have one moment.
You may.
I wish you'd ask her why he didn't have a GPS on him.
Cross-exam.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said the Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st. He asked that prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And there were, to go out to a restaurant, that would have been, right?
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process that take quite a while to go through the federal court process,
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
but it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
What was that about? That therefore he was going to cheat and violate the terms?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Anthony.
there we go. That was Marlene Ramdahal, a senior U.S. probation officer.
You know, I think the defense would have been better off with Multi if they had agreed that the prosecutor could ask leading questions. They wouldn't have gotten into all of this. He would have restricted to what he was allowed to ask.
Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak.
Sure. Yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrina, M-A-C-R-I-N-A.
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how in that time you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered Southeastern Mass. So it's approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 concerning in this matter?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes.
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
Correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes.
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
So you can have the thumb drive more.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence is 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering? If we could press pause. Mr. McCrenna, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the Home Depot? In Home Depot?
This is shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now, at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could close out of that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro exit purchasing? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
What date is this?
I don't know. You said it, but I didn't write it down.
Yeah, I didn't hear it, and it was covered on the screen.
Are those like winter gloves, or are those latex? I thought they were latex gloves. They look light. I can't tell.
It's hard to say.
Chad is saying it's January 2nd.
Okay, thanks.
This clerk's like, wow, another serial killer today.
One of the people in the chat, what's her name? Mindfully said, at this rate, Home Depot needs a Dexter aisle.
Yeah, that's unreal.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
If Home Depot was smart, they would lean into
stores.
this. Yeah.
But these are all the exact stores I go to.
I could see a Super Bowl commercial where they cut to 50 murderers and then they end. And you don't have to be a murderer to shop at Home Depot. That would be
actually that would be funny.
It would be funny. You got to lean into it, Home Depot. I'll give you my take, my insight.
I'm not sure they consider that a
humorous
enticement of customers to go to the store.
Yeah.
Funny.
I want to know if those are latex gloves. This guy is out of his mind. But if they're like winter gloves, it's whatever. She's like, oh, you've got the hacksaw, you've got the buckets, you've got the wire cutter. Do you need any rope? Do you need more duct tape? She's like, you should wear the COVID mask that I'm wearing to conceal your face a little more, you silly killer. Of course, he is innocent. Innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, which is why we're here.
Exactly. Unbelievable.
Abby's saying they're 100% latex gloves. If that's true, I'm convicting before I even walk into the deliberations room. That's my question to the foreperson. Are they latex gloves? Yes, they are. Guilty.
How can you tell?
I don't know, but I trust Abby. I don't know.
All right.
I mean, they do.
Maybe it's the way. I think it's the way the light's reflecting off of them. I think they're blue, but when he has his hands up towards the fluorescent lights, they look white.
Yeah, they look bluish, purplish. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I think they're latex. Somebody in chat, my husband has gloves like those. They are a thick rube glove. Yeah.
Well, whoever that is, Pelly Jelly, you might want to reconsider that marriage. Even though I'm sure your husband's a great guy. Just keep an eye on him at night.
Oh dear. That's funny.
What
Oh,
runs
man.
through his head when he's doing this?
I don't know. I guess I'm gonna get away with it.
Yeah, he's got a mask on and gloves on.
Oh, he took his glove off there, right?
Did
Yeah,
was
he did. Yeah, he dropped it on
Yeah.
the table
He
there.
needs to put the credit card in, and you can't do it with the glove on.
See if he's going to forget that glove. He'll be like, OJ.
Yeah.
Oh, he got it. Oh, man.
What's the pole stick thing at the bottom? Do we know?
Isn't that something to clean the mop the blood off the floor with?
Maybe the mop.
Is it a mop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is to show that at January 2, he's doing something that he wasn't authorized to do in terms of his schedule with the probation officer.
Yes, absolutely. He's not authorized to go pick up murder or dismemberment tools. And
It looks like a long, what do I want to say?
there he goes.
Yeah, there he goes.
Oh boy.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is an Adelson reference right here.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
Yes.
How are you able to find a receipt to corresponds to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police.
And so then you look up the item number?
Looked up the item number and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
In good faith?
Yes.
You turn this over to the police in January 2023.
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261?
You may.
Is Brian wearing a wedding band? I thought I just saw a wedding band on his hand.
Just now?
Yeah. He went to wipe his nose.
Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom? Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds p.m.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
That's a lot of baking soda. I've never seen that at Home Depot. I'll have to look for it now.
And the question is, why do you need a 12-pound bag of it?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Callie Roy, Paleo Logos.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Take your time, just watch your step, okay? You can have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Closer. Just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak. Okay. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? Will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better. Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroy Paleologos, Kaliroi, last name Paliologos.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
In January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really large complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business?
Yes, I do.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turn these over to law enforcement in January 2023?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May?
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. It could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Who was this woman with? I didn't catch that.
It was an apartment complex in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And did he dump stuff off there?
I mean, it's hardly showed anything, but
Now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors, everything all rise. Jurors, leave it open. Only
Yeah, I guess we're not done with witnesses yet. Joe Patuto, I have to take a call in a minute, but and I apologize for that, but we will be back at 2. But just some quick thoughts before we go. These last witnesses are still trickling in. Your thoughts as we head into lunch here?
I think so far it's been a good day for the prosecution. And I don't know how many of these sort of cleanup witnesses the prosecution has. What the judge told the jury yesterday was that the evidence she thought would end today, and she had to have meant the prosecution. And I don't know how much more it will go.
Does anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
If I heard her correctly and her estimate was right, I don't know how much more will go this afternoon. My best guess is she will not ask the defense to start putting on their case later this afternoon, but it's only a guess because she's really been a judge with there's a little time, window. She proceeds ahead and doesn't worry about, starting across in the middle to take her 11 o'clock or her 1 o'clock break. Doesn't worry about having the prosecution start a witness that they're not going to be able to finish up that day. And so that suggests that maybe if they end early enough with the prosecution case, she'll make the defense start. But I still think it's more likely she'll have them start tomorrow.
Yeah, and prime time here, I do see quite a few more witnesses on the prosecution witness list. I mean, there's always more than who they call.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure how many more they're going to call. Maybe the judge meant the forensic evidence was going to end. Yeah, because yesterday the judge, that's a good point, did indicate that the evidence would come to, or the Commonwealth both indicated that the quote-unquote evidence would come to an end today. Margaret, to you, do you agree with Joe? Is this a much stronger day for the Commonwealth than the defense? Again, I mean, we're joking. And by the way, I know we sometimes joke on this channel, but the subject matter is serious. Yeah, you have to get through it.
Yeah.
But you see this guy at Home Depot, it's incredibly damning.
I completely agree with Joe. Yeah, that this has been a good case for the prosecution, and the cross-examination of Jem Mutlu also helped the prosecution. So, yeah, absolutely. And it woke the jurors back up from hearing a full day of DNA evidence yesterday. Oh my God, I was trying to keep awake. Also, don't forget they have the defense will make a motion for a directed verdict outside the presence of the jury too. So she's got to be able to hear that.
Interesting. Elizabeth Kim here. I think I know, but why did the judge deny Brian Walshe guilty of disposing of a body in this case? I would think it's relevant. Joe Patuto, I'm not 100% sure I understand this, but
yeah, it's the guilty pleas. And what she said was her fear is that if the jury knows that he pled guilty, because it was the defense that wanted the guilty pleas to get before the jury and the prosecution that was saying no, which is the reverse of what you might expect. And the judge said her concern is that if the jury hears that he's pled to 2 charges and the jury knows he's going to be sentenced on 2, and they might think that these sentences will be fairly long, that it might lead them not to give the kind of attention and focus on the murder 1 charge. And therefore someone would say, hey, he's going to be in prison anyway. It's going to be tough to decide to deliberation. I'm just going to vote to acquit here. And she was afraid that that would happen. And that's why she said the pleas would not come in.
And we're close. Another super chat here from Elizabeth Kim. And I think we are close to this point potentially. Margaret discussed it earlier, but do you think Brian Walshe is still going to testify?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think he has nothing to lose.
And
that's going to be the highlight of the trial.
Yeah, and it could be tomorrow. So there
Probably
you
need
go.
to buy popcorn.
Yeah, popcorn for everybody. Prime time again. I need to figure out Christmas gifts for my neighbors. I'm thinking about making caramel popcorn and putting it in Christmas tins from Hobby Lobby or Walmart. Anybody else have another great idea? I have a good idea. How about Home Depot gift cards? There you go. Or latex gloves for Home Depot.
Yeah.
But there you go. It is the holidays are
Home
almost
Depot
upon us.
could do an advertisement, couldn't it? It said we have everything for everybody, including murderers.
Exactly. I think that's great.
Yeah.
That'll boost sales.
Who knew that this even existed? 12-pound bags of baking soda. The only thing I've ever
Somebody
seen
in
are
the
the
chat
little.
says she buys it and uses it, I think, for the driveway.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I've only ever seen the little orange Arm & Hammer baking soda. Who knew?
Yeah.
I wonder if Arm & Hammer ever thought that he would be, worth $35 trillion for inventing baking soda, but good on him. And then a final question here. Is Margaret going to attend any more of the trial, Margaret?
Yeah, I'm thinking of going on, I have to think of what day. I think I may go tomorrow. I have to do the NBC channel anyway, which is kind of near the court. It's not too far. So, there's a lot of traffic from the South Shore and around and 128. So, yeah, you know what? I should go tomorrow because
Especially
then,
if he's going to testify.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Then you
Yeah,
can
I think,
come
You
on
can
at night
test
and
us as to how the jury is reacting to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, maybe I can call. I'll figure out how to get on with you guys somehow during a break and
that'd be
tell you what I
great.
think. Yeah.
When you went last time, how crowded was it, by the way?
It was not crowded. It was just the press and his mother. I sat right behind his mother. So I felt badly that there weren't any more, supporters for Anna there. She had a lot of friends in the South Shore area. So it was just kind of sad that there weren't. I was hoping to see, a big group that had gotten together in support of her. No family in support of her. I mean, it was just kind of sad.
Yeah,
I
and
was there
Mervyn
supporting
talked
her.
about, talked about the community,
Mm-hmm.
her, and so I think you're right.
Yeah.
You would think some of them would have showed up.
Yeah, because they had a big vigil when she was missing. There was a huge vigil in Cohasset with candlelights and everything. And I believe there might have been another one after, he was arrested. So there is quite a presence of supporters, but maybe nobody got online to say, hey, let's all go in to support her. Maybe they will now after listening to me saying that there should be more. But yeah, it's really not that hard. And they're using the bigger courtroom. It's the same, obviously, courthouse as Karen Reed, but the Karen Reed trial used a very small courtroom, and this is a much bigger courtroom. So yeah, I'll go in. I'll go in tomorrow and fill you guys in.
Yeah,
Well,
please
be available
do.
at least for text when we have a question about.
Okay.
How does the jury look now? What are their facial expressions? Or just
Oh, I
hearing
totally
how they
will.
send them.
Yeah. I'll have my phone with me.
Okay.
Look at this. A final note. Ned Smith puts 12-pound baking soda in her litter box. What she doesn't tell you is her cat is a leopard.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so 12
A
pounds
lion.
of baking soda. On that note, let's take a lunch break. I got to hop on a call. We'll be back at 2:00. Huge thanks again to Prof. Joe Explains. She's doing a wrap up at 5 p.m. No late show for us tonight. And Margaret McLean, who is always a pleasure to have on. I love the cheerful personality. It lifts my spirits. So we appreciate you being here. We'll be back at 2:00 to see the rest of these prosecution witnesses.
Okay.
Have a great lunch, everybody.
Thank you.
too much.
You are unmuted.
Close the session.
Hello, everyone. Margaret and I are back.
We had about earlier, Commonwealth used a photo that is blurred out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth is to use the photo that is blurred out.
The blurry one.
The blurring one, and that's upon the representation that the defense is not contesting that is a photo of her. Correct?
Not gonna know the blurred one is fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and there's no dispute that that's a photo of her, and you're content with me saying that to the jury?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I wonder what they don't want to see on that photo.
Probably the kids, right? I would think.
Yeah, sure.
How much longer do you think the Commonwealth will go, Joe?
I don't know. I mean, I looked at the witness list. I don't know who else they would call. They have the one of her friends who apparently can talk about the status of the relationship.
Presenting all rise.
And they have the babysitter. But on the list, I don't see anyone else that they conceivably would want to call. But
yeah, you know, I'd like to know where those cut up pieces of rug came from. If they were, if it was in one of the rooms, or if that's one of the rugs he bought at Home Depot.
it's interesting whether he used that. Yeah, I don't know. And I thought I was trying to follow this pretty carefully, but the way he had the evidence go in, it was just difficult.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi.
But the babysitter might be able to testify to that.
Yeah.
Or one of her friends. I'm surprised Jem Mutlu wasn't asked that question.
Yeah. Well, if the rug was upstairs.
Yeah.
This looks like law enforcement whenever they walk in with that posture.
It really does.
Testimony so given the cause now in hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Right this way. Do me a favor, just take
Just like they walk over to your car when they're going to give you a ticket.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the drive of the January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos of Norwell.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive of 1/4/23 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, I will publish Exhibit 263.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Bernasconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play.
And he comes with his shopping list.
He's always
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
Can you tell what that
We'll go
is?
to the final video for register 4. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, register 4, I believe.
So a belt and pants? Socks. Can you imagine if you were that shop person watching this video, if you happen to watch the video.
I know.
Wow.
I'm sure some of them are.
Yeah. And anybody who watched this video would get in touch with, I can't tell whether it's a him or her, to say, hey, you interacted with a murderer.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. Have either of you ever interacted with a murderer before? I'm serious, that you know of.
I have. I don't remember. I'm trying to think of who specifically. I know I have, though.
Not when they were walking around free.
May I approach one last time?
Yeah.
You may.
Mr. Berlusconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I caught it for the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Doesn't he have enough clothes so that he doesn't have to go out and buy some because he
Mr.
might...
Berlusconi, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may, what was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
So he's in the store for 9 minutes and
No
got all
problem.
that stuff.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that's quick.
And it's peculiar. I mean, why? I understand buying the cleaning supplies and everything, but he doesn't need clothes. Obviously, he has other clothes.
Next witness.
Why
Plus he
make a
got-
run to buy clothes?
Well, maybe he just bloodied up all his other clothes.
All of them.
All of them.
The whole closet.
But maybe they cross-contaminated in drawers and the laundry. You know.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Pull that chair a little tight.
Okay.
You
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Comment.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, Alyssa Kirby, ALISSA
This is the friend
KIRB as in boy, Y.
that we think can talk
And
about
where
the
were you
relationship.
living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to DC, we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and, like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess, just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walshe about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walshe on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later it was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go, and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walshe that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walshe that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again? Yes. And when did you plan to see Anna Walsh?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She really hit a breaking point. And yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought that the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, Anna's statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant, which she had said to Brian Walsh about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C., and also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
Oh, that she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills were, everything was in her name. So she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walshe?
She told me that, you know, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained. Yeah.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from DC to Massachusetts. There was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit. And that, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection. I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Wow, Joe Patuto learning a lot very quickly from Alyssa Kirby. She is a friend described as new best friends of Anna Walshe, most notably that Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe she had confided in Alyssa that they had not been intimate in over a year, that he was incredibly depressed, that Anna was incredibly angry, that he called Alyssa to look for Anna on Christmas Day, even though they had just talked about an hour and 15 minutes beforehand. This, to me, Joe, is the most damning testimony for Brian and his defense by far.
I agree.
She's emotional.
This is the strongest evidence so far about that goes to premeditation and his motive for what he did. It's been coming in softly by other witnesses.
In this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that. And she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her and that it was scary.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always.
Objection as to, I think. Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you.
This may have been the one that they were arguing about as to whether it should go in and what should be blocked out. The one they argued about was Anna with one or more of the boys.
You can tell how upset this woman is. Look at her. She's
Ms.
crying.
Kirby,
Look
do
at
you
her.
recognize that picture?
She's sobbing now.
Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and Anna.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th.
It's not the one they were arguing about because she's not
Thank you,
blurred
Ms.
in that
Gilman. You
one.
can take that down. Did you see Anna Walshe after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
If you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walshe?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walshe on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get text from Brian Walshe?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I'm approaching with exhibit 164.
164?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
You want to just look at that for a moment. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay. Okay.
And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walsh respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah. And then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for her at work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
You're not going to object at this point.
Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and
that's fine.
Okay.
That's all. And then, what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded.
You approach sidebar?
Yes.
Here we go. So now she's getting into a call where the mother, a lot of people are commenting in the chat. It does sound like quite a dysfunctional relationship between mother and son, although I probably should not be one to talk. I like the pink thermos there. Joe, I just want to put a little bow on what you were saying earlier, but this does seem to be sort of the star witness right now for the Commonwealth, really underscoring the fact that there was major strain in the marriage, that it was before New Year's Day. Some of these interactions were happening on Christmas Day when he was looking for Anna, and then you heard him reaching out again. I believe it was on 1-3 or 1-4 where he said, I know we did this a week ago. Now he's looking for Anna, and essentially setting up the alibi. And you can see from the expression on her face how pained she is, particularly when they showed that photo of Anna and Alyssa on the last night they were together. But very powerful stuff.
Yeah, and there's that little germ of an idea that I think the prosecution is trying to plant, that when Brian Walsh called Alyssa on the 25th and said he hadn't heard from Anna, and I don't know how, for a long period of time, I don't remember exactly how long she said, that Anna called her really upset about it because she said, we only talked an hour and a half ago, which I think they're trying to plant the seed here that he did a rehearsal of this, before anything happened, suggesting that she had been out of touch for a while.
Yeah.
And the idea that Anna would have been that angry that he had done that is also interesting. In fact, she called her friend back and said, friend said she was really angry, saying, I only talked to him an hour and a half before. So I think that's a kind of an interesting little piece of information that the prosecution just planted there. Again, going to what was on his mind and also going towards premeditation.
Brian looks like a mopey preschooler here right now. But Margaret, same question. Is this the most powerful witness for the Commonwealth up to this point?
Yes, and I think she's going to be last. I wouldn't be surprised. And going on what Joe just said, I completely agree with you, Joe. I also am wondering if the Commonwealth is planting the seed that Brian can also be desperate, controlling, possibly jealous, because that's kind of the way those people act when they're losing control and they're losing someone. They get desperate.
Right. And you also have the information that the mother had the psychic who said that Anna Walshe was having the affair. I know it's coming from a psychic, but nonetheless, it is also maybe just a tiny piece, but at least a little piece that Brian Walshe was getting information that his wife was having an affair.
Yeah.
Which is also very helpful, I think.
Oh,
and Margaret, she also gets in the fact that they had not been intimate in over a year, and then goes on to say that Brian had been depressed over the art fraud issue, that her energy was being drained, that the kids were far, and she was basically at a breaking point. And you have to assume that part of the reason she was at a breaking point is because Brian was, one of the catalysts for that is constant, probably, complaining about the federal case, and his overbearing nature may have been doing that to her.
I think so. It had to be draining when you start a new job like that, plus at a high salary of $300,000. That's going to be a demanding job. And to commute back and forth and go on the airplanes. And according to my sources here, in fact, someone close with the witnesses testifying now, Alyssa, they say that Anna was actually loved her boys, and she was a good mother, and she would bring them to these play dates and things like that. And I think it was a real strain on her as a loving mother to have to deal with Brian in his court. And if she was planning to get a divorce from him, it's hard to take your children out of state. But the fact that he was going to go to jail would probably help her cause.
Yeah. And Joe, what do you think was going on here at the very tail end? She's talking about how she got on a call with Brian and his mother. The mom became combative, and that's where they called it for sidebar.
Yeah, it's another characterization by her of what led her to the conclusion. So that certainly was part of it. I don't know if they're also claiming it's not relevant. I think it is, but it's potentially that's another claim they're making.
Going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to swap out one and give you another. Recognize that jacket.
Yes.
Can you tell me what?
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right. Any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walshe is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket.
I'll be back
in a jacket.
So why? I guess it's blurred because she's saying it's on his jacket. But
265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And
I was muted.
You may.
Yeah, she probably has to say that independent of it being Anna wearing it.
does that look like an outdoor jacket to you?
What kind of jacket?
An outdoor jacket, not a dress jacket.
Yeah,
Okay.
it does. And they blurred the face a little too late there. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And that's the jacket that they found in the trash.
Yes. So Brian was smart enough to put together an outfit she would have worn to work. Throw it in the trash.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
This is the call.
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Speyer?
Yes.
And obviously you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire. Okay. And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in DC.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that was what she would tell me. Yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays.
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just ask me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas. And so that worried me. So I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes, he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone.
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes. She was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday and that he worried you.
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was the relationship, they were open, and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective. Yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in DC with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow.
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate.
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on. Yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right? I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, you know, she was doing a lot and she just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier, falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th, the week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
We often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle. So,
okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I'll apologize. And she told you that she said to Brian, you know, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say like this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was what, because the sentencing hadn't happened. So we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility.
Okay.
Have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant
okay,
jail time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together.
Mm-hmm.
And that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
We didn't hear the question.
Stated it, she can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
She said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to I think. All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walshe?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him. And that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And yeah, that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted
I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As
Again,
I think she saw. I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think.
Okay.
Or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay. Sorry.
And on December 29th of 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Counsel at the side of the bench.
Perhaps the final sidebar before the Commonwealth rests here. Joe Patuto, just really powerful stuff. Very good witness, very emotional, and giving us insight into the final days of what was going on between Brian and Anna.
And I thought the defense did, a pretty good job of trying to mute some of the statements about Anna in the relationship. But boy, on the direct, she came back really strong. He's asking her, do you love me? Which suggests that he's not confident in the relationship. And Anna answers, not as much. And she tells her friend she's falling out of love with him. But that's a powerful way for the prosecution to end with this witness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She definitely, if she is the final witness, just brought this home and is leaving these jurors in a very impactful way before this guy may testify tomorrow. Margaret, how about you? She had a lot to say in a little bit of time.
No, she was an excellent witness for the Commonwealth. And I do think that what the defense was trying to get at in some of those questions was, the amount of stress, and she wasn't feeling well leading up to the 31st. So trying to plant the, seed of maybe she did die suddenly in her sleep with all the stress and she wasn't getting her sleep and all that stuff. So maybe if they tried to touch on the health issue.
That's interesting. Here's a sort of a lawyerly question about technique. I'll throw this to Margaret. Why are the prosecution and judge not telling the defense attorney to stop cutting off the witness? You do have to let them finish their statement, don't you?
I completely agree with that. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing myself. I think if I were the Commonwealth, I would have said, hey, let her finish the answer, or let especially they did that to Jem Mutlu. So, let him finish. Let him finish, Your Honor. I agree. Great observation.
Except to the extent that what they think is an answer that's going to be ultimately inadmissible. And then you've got to stop it before.
Yeah, that's true too.
Otherwise, what is it? The cat is out of the bag. Yeah. I don't know if that's what happened each time, but there were at least a couple of times that they were cutting her off before she said what they didn't want the jury to hear.
Yeah.
On the, thinking that the jury would not be allowed to hear it.
Right. Yeah, they cut her off quite a bit, both of them.
Federal prosecution, Brian Walsh.
Oh.
Brian Walsh was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case. Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Oh,
thank you.
I knew it.
They rested in the right place.
Jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapter. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence that it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearing for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day. Thank you very much. And before we leave, I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night, jurors.
If there's anything, all rise. First, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your stuff.
Good night.
This guy has no reason to be happy right now.
I know.
What a psycho. Let's just see if the judge has a final word or two here.
Well, the defense should bring its motion for a directed verdict. Maybe they'll do it at this time. I don't know.
Yeah.
We can't possibly think it went well today.
No.
No.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
What do we need to discuss?
First, we probably need to discuss, and that would move for required finding and not guilty.
Go right ahead.
And
She can share.
Give me a second to read your pleading.
Tim Jansen's daughter's wedding is this weekend. That's where he's been.
All right, I'll hear from you.
for the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading. But what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required finding, is that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here, the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walsh was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walshe was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison. And that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair, and where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walshe did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow. They have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand a Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. And in fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Ms. Walshe reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand, we understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing. And I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point, because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walshe. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walshe, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, on his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products, are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court. That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin and over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the Chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th. And he also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in D.C. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster. or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to D.C., the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walshe were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in D.C. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury, and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right. The Latimer standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
I understand. You indicated to me at the side of the bench there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are. Can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
All right. Another sidebar while we are waiting for that. Let me start with Margaret here. Margaret, people are asking why at that point in particular, and this is before the Commonwealth rested, the judge, Diane Frenier, was reading essentially the arraignment for his art fraud case. Why then? And how come that didn't happen earlier, I guess?
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier, but the judge must have made a decision to, that's simply when she was going to read it. Or maybe there must have been an argument prior to or at sidebar that we weren't privy to, but it did have to come into evidence clearly, his federal conviction. So,
yeah.
But boy, that was a great, that was a great motion argument by the prosecution, and that's what we're going to hear in the closing arguments.
Yeah, he better just write it down and track it.
Yeah, I mean, Margaret, and then I'll get to Joe, but that argument just now by the Commonwealth, I assume that they were either prepared with that statement, knowing that there was going to be this motion for a directed verdict, or they were just kind of preparing it today. Like, when do you prepare something like that? Because it was point, one after the other.
That would have been prepared even before the trial, begins, because that's an important part of the defendant's case. So in just about every single solitary case I ever prosecuted, no matter how strong it was, the defense would get up and make a motion for a directed verdict just because, and I've really never seen one that was allowed. So that would mean that they take it in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. So even if everything the Commonwealth says, all their testimony, all their evidence is true, according to the law, the case must be dismissed, and the judge can do that without sending it to the jury. But, so there were some valid arguments about intent and premeditation, but there was certainly enough evidence for the judge to say, no, we're going to leave that to the fact finder, the jury.
Joe Patuto, there's a question from Carson Hunter. Is this too harsh? The state had 3 years Why does it look like the witnesses were not prepped for trial? I thought this last witness was great. Maybe with Sam or Jem Mutlu, they could have, I don't know, helped him along a little bit. But is this comment a harsh critique?
Yeah, I think it is. I think they were prepped. I was surprised, and I said so, that that Jim Mutlu had not read the the information with regard to the interview that he had done with law enforcement. That surprised me a lot because it would have at least refreshed his memory of what he said 3 years ago. But that aside, the witnesses were prepped. And I don't know, if we're looking at Mutlu in particular, I don't know how much it would have helped his trial testimony for them to try, excuse me, to get him to understand what he could testify to and what he could not testify to. He just honestly didn't understand it. He didn't understand it the number of times that the judge told him. He didn't understand it when the prosecutor told him. He was perplexed every time they said, don't characterize, just tell us what she said, because then we heard, well, it was 3 years ago. Look at the other statement. So I don't know that would have helped. I helped on a murder trial years ago where there was a prosecution witness. The defendant had actually killed 3 people, but the other 2 murders couldn't come in. And they prepped that witness. I can't tell you how many times. You can't mention the other 2 murders. And he got on the stand, and virtually with the first question that the prosecutor asked, we heard that there were 3 murders. It wasn't that they didn't try. And it wasn't that he was doing it deliberately. He just couldn't understand. So I'm sorry, Joe, that's probably a long way of answering this, but I think they tried to prep Mutlu and it just, just couldn't take. And the others, I think, were prepped. They answered honestly, the things that inured to the benefit of the defense, they said, and that's what they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to go in trying to cook their testimony to only show one side. And it turns out to be effective with a jury when a witness proceeds that way.
Jem Mutlu, I mean, he's in a tough spot, and he seemed very analytical to it, in the sense that he wanted to answer the questions totally correctly, with just answer the questions, and that made him, I think, overthink the process a little bit. But I still think he was pretty effective. You've got Raff and Roffer here with now the lingering question from Margaret. Why do you think, and both the professors, former professors, current, retired, whatever you want to say, why do you think Brian is going to testify he will demolish himself? So, Margaret, do you still think we see him on the stand as soon as tomorrow? And will he get eviscerated the minute he opens his mouth?
I think he will get eviscerated. Absolutely. But knowing Brian, just look at him. We're looking at him now. He's going to want to testify. He's going to want to say what happened. And even though his attorneys are likely advising him not to testify and that he still has the right not to testify. But I think he will. I could be wrong, but he's going to want to get up and tell his side of things because he thinks he's all that. He's a little cocky.
Yeah, he
doesn't look as cocky right now, but in Home Depot and in TJ Maxx and Home Goods, I thought he looked a little sure of himself.
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago, he was smiling with a smirky grin. And I've always heard criminal defense attorneys say that they tell their clients, do not smile, be stoic, do not show emotion one way or the other, because they are always watching you. And if we're seeing him on a tight shot on camera, you can bet that the jurors are seeing that as well. Joe Patuto, let me ask you, what do you think? And we're waiting on the sidebar here, so we might get cut off. By the way, the Commonwealth rested its case at 3:04, exactly 20 minutes ago, Eastern time. What do you, up to this point, I mean, I think the witness, this Alyssa Kirby, the friend, is by far the strongest witness. What do you think is the strongest evidence against, I'm talking physical evidence, against Brian Walshe right now?
Going to premeditation in particular?
Yeah, let's do it that way.
physical evidence. You're talking about tangible, pick up, hold in your hand.
Yeah,
evidence?
the video, whether it's the video or the wire cutters. What do you think is the toughest stuff that will play against him with the jurors?
Well, I think all of it will, but if I had to pick something, it would be the hacksaw, which just looks horrendous, and the hammer combined with the witness statement that they found clotted blood, a clotted hair on it, which just gives you this terrible picture of what occurred. But otherwise, I don't know that I would say it's any one particular piece of the evidence. It's the cumulative effect of all of it. I said, the other day when those brown bags were coming out with the evidence with the red tape, that I just thought using the red tape was just great, because it made me think of blood each time. And it's just that mound of it. And the other thing I hope they do, which I think would be really, really effective, is to do a timeline where he's saying one thing or doing one thing, and then we see his trips to the stores and his trips to the trash locations. I just think that would be a picture for the jury of just how diabolic all this is.
Yeah. Abbey Crossing, ever the humorous one. Here's to Costco getting through unscathed. They were not mentioned. Costco, you get a little gold star for best retailer in this murder trial for not being mentioned. Let's see here. What about, Margaret, the video elements, the video surveillance in the closing arguments, which are going to happen fairly soon. I mean, after it could be as soon as Friday potentially, but in those closing arguments, are we going to see them play, and I'm talking about the Commonwealth, the surveillance videos again? Are we going to see all that just to remind the jurors?
It's possible that we will see some of that. I think they should use more video evidence in the closing arguments. They didn't use any props at all in the opening statements, which obviously it's not evidence yet, but at least a picture of Aunt Anna, I think, should have been used. I just think you're right. They have to stress, the Commonwealth, the cumulative evidence here that goes to motive and intent and premeditation. So looking at the whole thing together, of course, they're going to anticipate what the closing is going to be for the defense. We just heard it.
And Joe, going back to
Margaret.
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was just going to ask, will the judge give them a time limit on the closings?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
I don't know if she will. It's possible. I'm not sure what this judge will do. I can't imagine either one of them going on and on and on and on. They didn't seem to in the opening statements, so I imagine she'll just let them go.
Mm.
It's a good question.
Yeah, Joe, to you, do you think the prosecution has proved this, for this first degree murder, it is linked to premeditation? You were going to say, in terms of premeditation, what do you think is the best evidence, Joe?
I think the best evidence is really, let me think about this a little. I think it's really his queries, the statements about the divorce and where can you get where's it best for a man to get a divorce? The comments about Anna Walshe dead on the 25th. And there are more of them like that because they're coming from him and they're really hard to explain. But I think what's going to happen is it's the three things. It's the money piece, and it's the knowing that having a suspicion that she's going to leave him, get the boys, and he's going to end up in jail, as part of it. And I think it's his ego that's the other part. But I do think, I'm trying to think about it, I really do think, I'd like to hear what Margaret thinks, but I think for me, it's the things that point to it that he said himself, or that he emailed himself, or he texted himself.
Margaret, how about that? I mean, in strictly the premeditation, is there something that stands out to you as a juror, as a lawyer, where you would say, more as a lawyer right now, where you think it plays into the premeditation factor?
Yes, those 3 Google searches where he mentioned the word murder.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that they're going to hang their hats on that specifically.
And those were, I'm sorry, those were prior to the first, the three.
No, there were no Google searches like that prior to the first, but this was after, the first. But most of the Google searches, you could say, were about dismembering a body, but there were 3 of them that mentioned something like, how do you dismember a body after a murder? So the word murder was used like 3 times. I mean, I think that's telling as far as the strongest evidence of premeditation. And remember, reflection, premeditation doesn't have to be long. I think that jurors can piece together all the circumstantial evidence and then picture that after Jem Mutlu left, they probably got into quite a fight. And he, I think he, his story just doesn't make sense. Otherwise he would have called 911 that she was found in her bed. But I'm putting everything together. He seems like he's getting more controlling, more jealous, based on what the last Alyssa Kirby said. And then it culminated at some point on New Year's Eve. Maybe she said, listen, I got to leave you. This just isn't working. And boom, he exploded and killed her.
I think it was a perfect storm too, in terms of, you heard from the friend, she was at an absolute boiling point, but it appears that he was at a boiling point too, feeling like he was about to lose everything. And it's the clash of the boiling points, and it ends up in a horrible, horrific murder and the dismemberment. Joe, if Brian Walshe decided not to testify, how would the defense's opening regarding his guilty pleas be included by either side? How did they?
Yeah, that gets messy because the privilege against self-incrimination, which specifically goes to you cannot comment if the defendant does not get on the stand, is read to be broader than that. And it covers comments such as, you didn't hear any evidence in the case about. And that being true, you have 2 things that are happening. One, the defense lawyer said it, and he also recited what the defense would be, which is not evidence. And the prosecution having a right to have something said to the jury about that defense didn't fly. So my guess would be that the judge will give the jury some instruction on it, but it will be a mild instruction. She may emphasize that you can only decide this case on what you heard witnesses on the stand say, what the evidence that was introduced at trial, rather than some direct reference to, you didn't, the defense lawyer said he was going to say something. And the prosecutor really won't be able to refer to it either without getting very close to a line that would turn out to be reversible error.
Yeah. By the way, again, quick programming note. Sorry to cut you off there.
That's
Joe,
okay.
But Joe is doing a full wrap up, 5 Eastern. We don't have a late show today. I was invited. Julia Janae, who's a friend and excellent on Court TV, she launched a new show. They asked me. I'm honored to do it at 7 o'clock. So I'm doing that. And then I'll be on Josh Ritter's Courtroom Confidential immediately following that. Let's take a listen to the end here.
So I think that we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything? All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that's a wrap. On the same day that the Commonwealth wraps its case, Kingdom within us. We'll just go a couple more minutes here because we got a lot in there. My gut tells me that Brian saw the boyfriend's text on New Year's and snapped. I mean, Margaret, it's always the why, right? Like, how did this happen? Why did this happen? I'm curious myself. How did this play out? Because Mr. Mutlu was there on New Year's Eve. I don't recall exactly what time he left, but obviously after he left, something happened, and whatever it wasn't good. And then no one really heard from she or Brian for a few days until Brian started calling with us, I guess, his alibi to ask if they knew where his wife is, right? But that curiosity is always there about how it went down.
Yeah, and somebody in chat just reminded me that Anna's necklace was broken.
Yep. I forgot
Something
about that
more
too.
should have been made of that, or maybe it will be made of that in closing argument. I mean, that's a big deal. So he threw away what he thought she'd be wearing, the hunter boots and the jacket, and that ended up in the trash in Peabody. But what do you think to break the necklace? There must have been a struggle. So that right there might be something that the jurors will hold, or at least one juror will pick up on and say, that necklace was broken. There must have been a struggle. So, plus the words murder used later on in his Google searches, but that necklace might be more significant, than I thought. Great observation.
Yeah, I agree. I saw that and I completely forgot. Another question here: where were the boys? I guess that they were asleep. And listen, little kids, I can't get them to bed, but once I get my kids to sleep, they're out. Tough to wake them up. My 6-year-old was driving me crazy last night. It's always a battle. And then you look over and finally they're out. And it's like, you can breathe. But parenthood it's bliss all the time. Don't you guys look at Instagram? Life is bliss. There's never a difficult moment ever. Here we go. This is the question probably to end on from Martha. Professor Joe, does it look like Brian will testify tomorrow? Is he going to go back to his cell and sob uncontrollably? And let's couple that with the fact that this guy is a con man. I mean, he is a literal con man, arraigned on these charges, which we heard the judge read. Is he going to be able to outsmart these attorneys if, in fact, he testifies?
He will testify tomorrow, and he will not outsmart anybody. I don't think he could outsmart them if the evidence was good on his side, but he has no good evidence on his side.
Yeah. And then, I mean, Margaret, just to add to that. So he says something you're a former prosecutor. As a prosecutor, how do you know how much that proverbial door has swung open to then swoop in and ask really difficult questions? What are you looking for as a prosecutor while he's answering questions?
Well, Brian Walshe is answering questions.
Yeah, and you're
my
the Commonwealth. Yeah, what are you doing?
And I'm sitting there waiting for cross-examination. It's like I'm sitting before a big Wagyu steak. Oh my God.
I was gonna say chocolate cake, but go ahead. Yeah.
I'd be writing notes like crazy, but also you prepare for cross-examination, anticipating what he's going to say about, like, really, you didn't call 911. What did you do with the body, Brian? So, and again, you've got to be. I'd like to be in his face, bombastic. I'd like to be moving around the courtroom. I mean, this possibly could be the most meaningful cross-examination of somebody's career, right? How often do you get a chance to really cross-examine a defendant like this? It's very, very rare. Somebody that dismembered his wife and the mother of his children. My God.
And
wow.
Do you want, Margaret, secretly in the back of your head, and it could very well be the female prosecutor, do you want to try to get him to lose his cool in front of the jury to show that he is unhinged?
Absolutely. Oh my God, that would be great. I'd want to make him unhinged. I would go at this guy tooth and nail. And believe me, I might seem nice, but I have a tough side. I have an evil twin, and I can go after somebody hard.
Yeah.
Do you think this prosecutor will do it? I mean, he's been so buttoned up and so almost monotonal that it's a little hard for me to imagine that he can switch, turn a switch and get the passion in the cross.
I would make a comment about Brian Walsh's feathered 1980s hair, but that's shallow of me. But if I was the prosecutor, I'd go there. Would all sidebar conversations, Joe Pacciuto, be recorded by the court? Everything is recorded for the record,
yes,
correct?
Because it's part of the trial record, and the fact that we can't hear it or the jury didn't hear it doesn't mean that the judge didn't make a ruling or do something at sidebar on which the defense might want to make use as part of the appeal. So it's all part of the record. It's all taken down. And if you recall from the Donna Adelson's trial, when the defense, for reasons again that I cannot fathom, made that motion after the trial, saying as part of this their list of appealable issues and the bias of the judge, said that he did not give her time to decide whether she was going to testify. And then the judge, in his order denying the motion, appended to it a sidebar he had in the morning after the defense rested, in a long transcript of him saying, I looked up some law last night and I am going to give you another chance to decide, do you want to testify or not? That was in the transcript, a sidebar, and it became part of the judge's order.
A couple more quick questions. I always lie about that. So, Margaret, to you, let's say he's testifying and now he's on cross. Once you are testifying, can he invoke his Fifth Amendment right on a particular question?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine he could, right, Joe? But I got so heated about thinking about cross-examining this guy. I had to take my sweater off. I was cold all morning. Now I'm like,
yeah.
I don't think he's entitled to pick and choose. I assert my fifth on this one, but I'll answer this one.
Yeah. I mean,
what do you think, Joe? I mean, I guess he can. What are you going to do?
I've stumped the professors. My guess is he can't.
I don't think he can either. I think it's all or nothing. Now, the practical question is, if he's up there and refuses to answer, what do you do about it? But at that point, I think, since I don't think he has a right to do it in the first place, that the judge then could permissibly say something about it to the jury. But, he's not going to do it. He's going to get up there and make an idiot of himself. Not that he hasn't already in the way he did this murder.
And Margaret, can we be 100% sure that at some point during this cross-examination, the prosecution, the Commonwealth will ask, where is her body? Where did you put her body? Do they have to ask that question?
I think they do. I don't see a problem. I mean, 100% sure. I hate to answer that question, but I mean, I don't see. I think if he takes the stand, they'd be entitled to ask that question.
Joe, how does he answer that? How does he answer that, Joe?
Go back one step. How is he going to take the stand and explain what happened without addressing what he did with the body? I mean, as his testimony on direct, that would leave a huge hole for the jury. I don't see how we can manage to ignore it completely from the point of view of what he tells the jury his story is.
Yeah, I think he's going to get up and say the whole thing, right? I mean.
But what's his answer going to be to where's the body? I don't remember. I mean, what's he going to say?
He's going to say, I put her in the trash bags and I put her in the dumpster in Abington and it got incinerated. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And won't that be a happy presentation in front of the jury?
I mean, I would hammer home if I'm the and I'm serious about that. Say he didn't put her in one place. He put her in many different places, which is really disturbing because I think
you
he
think
did.
So?
I think so. I mean, that's my theory. But is there someone between the three of you? I bet you there is. You can say in this case for which team, prosecution or defense, you'd give more points. Joe, Commonwealth or defense?
No question, prosecution.
Margaret, Commonwealth or defense?
Prosecution, but they had a lot more to work with.
Yeah, and I'm with them on that. Gunderson here to Margaret. Did Brian plan on losing his phone so he could ask to use Anna's after their friend left, under the guise of using her phone to call to look at her messages and see evidence of the affair? So that's another thing that could lead to premeditation if jurors think that he intentionally misplaced his phone to get a look at Anna's phone.
I mean, it's possible that might be part of the discussion in the jury room, but if you use your common sense, which they're asked to do, we all do misplace our phones. I lose my phone in the house all the time. Maybe you guys don't, but I mean, especially little kids too. I don't know.
That's why I have my Apple Watch. It finds the phone all the time.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you where my phone is right now. Oh, it's in my lap.
But the point is that phone was being turned on and off after it was supposedly misplaced. Now, that seems to me to be pretty strong evidence with regard to premeditation and what his plan might be, because you either have your phone or you don't have it. You're not plugging it in and unplugging it and not having it.
Margaret, to you, in Massachusetts, can jurors ask questions if they have questions?
Yeah, well, they can't ask witnesses any questions, but after deliberation, if they do have a question, they write it out. They let the court officer know we have a question, and they'll write it out, then hand it to the judge. The judge will see the attorneys at sidebar first and tell them what the question is. And then ultimately the question is likely to be read out with the jury there, and the judge will answer it. So we could see questions quite a bit in Massachusetts throughout trials. And it can be something, a lot of times it's the jury will say, we can't remember a certain piece of evidence. Can we listen to the recording again? And very often, or can we listen to a transcript of the police officer's testimony again? And what the judge will say is, you have to use your recollection of what that evidence was.
Look at this. STS Singles always in action here. Is Margaret single? She's so pretty. Love the best guests.
Oh, that's so sweet. I can't answer that one.
Yeah, but we're not asking for an answer. You can invoke your Fifth Amendment right. I'm just, I got to start up
That's
STS
cute.
Singles.
No, I
Look at
know.
this. And by the way, it is not a tagline. It's our reality. You do have the best guest. Love Margaret. Lovely lady. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You guys are watching Law Tubers. You need to watch Law Professors and step it up here at STS. I think this was very interesting day. The Commonwealth definitely has these jurors going to sleep, wondering, or maybe not wondering, whether or not Brian Walshe is in fact a killer, maybe thinking that he is. And it might be up to him to save the day for himself tomorrow. But you heard Joe, you heard Margaret say it. It is likely not going to happen. Margaret McLean, she does legal analysis for NBC 10 in Boston, former prosecutor, former civil attorney handling civil cases, arguing in the court, an author, a YouTube channel host of It's a Crime. Margaret, your final thoughts here before we roll out and roll into a very interesting day tomorrow.
Convict him. And tomorrow I'll go to court and text you guys from the courtroom and let you know what I observe, especially if he's testifying. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, please do. Maybe you can hop on at lunch.
Yeah.
We'll get you the link. Yeah, that'd be great.
We can. Yeah, I bet you we could figure that out.
Yeah,
we'll
make it happen. Yeah. Joe Patuto, everyone will see her at 5:00 today. Someone here is predicting. Do you think Brian will cry up there? We're predicting Waterworks. Joe Patuto, will he shed a real tear? And your final thoughts as we head out tonight.
My picture of him is that he's not going to cry. That would be kind of, I think it would offend his self-image. Excuse me. And so I don't think he's going to cry. I don't know that I have anything to add to this. I think the evidence is really on the Commonwealth side. I don't think the defense did much today to bolster their defense. And in some ways, the I don't know what her name is. I've never known what her name is, but she really helped out the prosecutor with regard to testimony. I guess my final thoughts is this is a bizarre case. It's just a crazy brain that would work this out and do what he did. And my picture of this case when it's over is probably going to be him doing those shopping, not the trash bag tours, probably not even the Google searches, but it's the shopping that he was doing. And in particular, shopping for clothes when he's got to have a closet full of clothes. Why he needed those socks and the pants and things. That's what I will remember of this trial. I will gravitate to the sort of the petty.
Yeah, it is interesting and odd that he is shopping for clothes. This guy was in and out of every store in the Cohasset area. The guy's a shopaholic. The next place he's likely to shop is the commissary. Whatever state prison he is in. But huge thanks to Margaret McLean and Professor Joe Patuto. Check out Prof. Joe Explains at 5. And Margaret, we'll get you back on soon. And Joe, you'll be here tomorrow to watch Brian testify as soon.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
There we go. On that note, Love you, America. I'll see you on Court TV at 7. I'll see you on Courtroom Confidential at 8. And we'll see you back here at 9 a.m. Be kind. Don't kill anyone.